Hi, Simply Love. Hi, Beatrice. Hi, Shill. Hi, Ann. Hi, BB. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Addie. Hi, T33. Thanks so much for the likes already. Hi, Pretty. Hi, Janice. Or Janice, probably. Hi, Destiny. Thanks for the likes already. Hi, Maria. Thank you all for liking and sharing the live as you feel good about that. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Shondam. Hi, Kia. Hi, Tamika. Welcome in, everyone. Good evening. Hi, Alicia. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Chris. Hi, Pearl. Hi, Stars. Hi, Stephanie. Hi. Hi, Lynn. Good morning, Annabelle. Hey, y'all. Hey. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, huh? Hi, call me Kate. Hi, with my pen. Hello. Hi, Asia. Hi, AJ. Hi, Tasia. Hi, George. Jay. Welcome in. I think it's Janaya or Jania. You tell me if I'm saying it wrong. Hi, I am anywhere. Hello. Hi, Choco Blue. Aisha. Hi, Giselle. Hello. Thank you for the gifts already. Hi, Victoria. Thank y'all so much for coming in. Welcome in. Hi, Birdie. Hello. Welcome in. Thanks y'all so much for the likes already. It just helps to push the live out. The more likes we have, the further our reach will go. Hello. Hi, Ray. Hi, Leisha. I hope y'all are having a good evening. Let me know what's the space that y'all are coming into the live with. Hi, Joyal Boy. Hey, Siobhan. Hi, Ivy. Hello. I would love to know, like, where are y'all at? What are you coming into the live with today? Because I feel like we've been on a high about some things. Hi, Athena. You're having a kid feeling? Okay. I love it. A great mood. Period. Hi, Tata. Yeah, I feel like we've been on a high about some things. Hi, Ryan. I don't know. Did people read Michelle's newest article with Glamour? Period, Leisha. Okay, I'm with you. I'm ready to go back home to LA. Miriam, you didn't? Okay. Hi, Rebel with the Cause. Good vibes. Yes, the galore one by the gods. Not you don't know her, Ivy. Y'all are funny. Okay, Tata. You know what? I heard about it on Threads. And then I read it. Hi, Monet. Thank you so much. You know what, Mia? I wasn't sure the timeline. But, I will say, oh no, I'm glad you're going to get to rest too this weekend, Siobhan. That's fair, Ryan. No, yep, I heard about it on Threads. And I will say that, like, the article was very pleasant. It was very pleasant. She had a lot of really good things to say about Alandria. Tata, she actually confirmed some of both what you and Gigi have said about, like, her Haitian heritage. She basically confirmed that, like, she actually grew up very like, her parents are very Americanized for Haitians. And she really said that, like, the majority of her Haitian experience in her home was, like, relegated to the food. Like, she didn't get spoken to, like, in their native language. Hi, confused vagabond. She said that, like, she didn't, like, she had to Google that she was, like, a Latina as a Haitian. Like, she didn't really know a lot about her culture, in that way growing up. Like, her connectedness was really, like, through food. But, like, yeah, she said that she wasn't really, like, connected to that. So her parents were very Americanized. So her dad did a whole snack. Her dad was born in New York and then moved to Miami. Her mom was born in Haiti and lived back and forth in her teenage years between Haiti and the US. So her mom is like pretty, it seems like probably pretty entrenched in the culture, but they didn't offer that to her for whatever reasons. It is very interesting. So she did say that, like, you know, she hopes to go back at some point. You could tell on Parents' Day, Zena. Okay, that's pretty normal, Lynn says. Yeah, her mom, she said, came when she was like 9, and then she lived back and forth, is what she said. Hey, Mish, I was asking if anyone had read the article from Michelle, and then I was giving a quick breakdown. It's in Glamour. And so she had lots of really, like, wonderful things to say about, like, her childhood. It seems like her parents, hi Brandy, her parents had her pretty young, and so her grandma was a big influence in her life and a big support system to them. I'm realizing I'm fidgeting, y'all. I don't be realizing I'm doing it, and I don't be knowing if it's like being loud or not. Yeah, it seems that way, Lynn. It seems like, from what she said in the article, at least, it seems like she really wasn't like big in the culture. Yeah, oh, galore. You're right, 7th letter. I'm like, it's in Glamour. It's not. It's in Galore. Some with a G, child, and an L. Some with a G and an L. But yeah, it seems like she wasn't really in tune with like Haitian culture outside of like food. She talked a bit about like her and Alandria. Ooh, Brandy. Brandy, I need to, because I did a live about it, but I haven't made like a video about it. I don't think they were there at the same time, Leisha. They were there 2 different days. You are so funny, 7th letter. Thank you for clarifying. I know you was like, girl, she said Glamour. And so Giselle, that's the thing. I also somebody was saying they think it was old, but honestly, she had on in the photo ops, it was her outfit from the Caribbean Music Awards. So I feel like maybe it was a similar time frame, unless they just were like, hey, send us your latest photos and we'll put them into the article. I don't know. So it seems like, oh, thank you, Brandy. It seems like it couldn't have been that long ago, which would have been after the podcast. I would love clarification as well. But she explicitly called Alandria her soul sister in the article, y'all. Thank you, LaQuisha. Amina, it was Michelle's article with Galore. It was very glaring, Emirates, that she explicitly said that in the article. I'm like, she ain't said that ever before this moment. Ryan said, I'm not falling for that. I'm sorry. Oh, it was the day after. Okay. It's the first time I've ever heard her say it as well. Not SEO. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Yeah, she said she was her soul sister. How much she like loved her. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. The only timing feels interesting, but I don't know what timing was. I will say that one thing that really stuck out to me in the article that I'm sure like nobody else probably thought was a big deal. But when she was talking about, okay. Y'all are funny. When she was talking about the things that she likes about Alandria, she said, those are all things that I see in myself. And I was like, so we don't just like her for her. We like her because she feels like an emulation of ourselves. I thought that was interesting. I really did. I was like, oh, okay. See? Yep. I'm like, a lot of people probably are like not even going to pay attention to that line. Like it probably felt like a throwaway line to a lot of people. But I was like, that's weird. That's interesting. Thank y'all for the likes. Thank you for the likes. And then she did give like a galore exclusive that they were going, thank you for the shares. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Y'all are so funny. Hi, K Boogie. She did say that they're going to the Maldives very soon and that he might pop a big question. Anywho, that's the gist of the article, y'all. Oh no, K Boogie, I haven't been live since Wednesday. You haven't missed a thing. You don't think the trip will ever happen, Ivy? Y'all are so funny. All I'm saying is, y'all, the people were in my comments telling me that I was being a jerk because I said they hadn't traveled as part of their dating experience yet because they were planning a trip. And I was like, so then they haven't traveled as part of their dating experience yet. Like I said. You didn't feel comfortable watching their Kiki interview when she dominated in conversation. Yeah, they haven't traveled as part of their dating experience. It's not a big deal. It's just they haven't, you know, like, it's fine. Wait, who do you mean? Not Catalina Island, cha-cha. That's a day trip. Y'all, I will say I went back and watched a couple of episodes today. Well, let me not lie. I was lying just now. I went back and watched parts of some episodes today. And, y'all, I'm just not... Alexandria, she definitely tries to align herself a lot. Clock it, Brandy. Clock it. She definitely tries to align herself a lot with what we know about Alandria. That's odd. But I did do a rewatch. Hi, Jay. It's been pretty good so far. I don't know. My takeaways from the rewatch, Courtney, is that, I don't know, this narrative currently being pushed, and this is going to be a hot ass take, and y'all are probably not going to expect this to come out of my mouth, but the narrative currently being pushed that, like, Michelle was plotting on Alandria the whole time in the villa just doesn't feel accurate from the things that I've seen in the rewatch. It feels like a stretch. I think that Alan definitely was plotting because he told us out of his mouth. Do I think that maybe Michelle started to like know things as he might have shared? Sure. But for me, it doesn't, when I watch it back, it still doesn't feel like I'm watching her plot. Personally, I didn't get that the first time. I didn't get it on the rewatch. Personally. Yeah. You are funny, Jenny. I think she genuinely be confused. Yeah, I think that like there may have been some, yeah, there may have been like some pillow talk. Hi, Shanika. But like her being constantly part of this like scheme the whole time, I just don't know if I feel like that's accurate. And I know that, you know, 3D thought that he was like, well, special. I have a video about that, so I don't disagree about the Hannah boat making me go like, huh, hold on. Because we're not having the same critiques for Sierra and Nick or Taylor and Alandria that we're having about Hannah right now. Why is that? That's weird. So I could see like her strategizing to try to keep certain people in the villa for sure. But like plotting on her, hi Camilla, plotting on her from the beginning just feels, I just don't feel like I still don't feel like I'm picking that up like in the things that I rewatched so far. 3D mentioned that, like, 3D said in his, like, old ass July article how everybody was so happy for him. And how, you know, Michelle was one of those people that was even happy for him when he picked Clark. And yeah, it feels more post Villa, Alexandria. It feels more post Villa that, like, because this is your man, that y'all are in love. I know for a fact y'all are pillow talking now. Right? Maybe you were in the villa, but I know you are now because you basically living with the man. So I know y'all are pillow talking. So it feels more accurate that maybe now there's like some things going on more than it does in the villa to me. But basically 3D tried to say like, oh, even her best friend Michelle was happy for me. I know that he feels like maybe he was like telling us something that was like a big deal. But honestly, like, again, based on what Michelle said to her right after that recoupling of like, honestly, girl, my real feelings toward that man is fuck that man. Cha-cha. I feel like she was just like, yeah, my girl is better off without him. It's you know what I mean? Like, I could see that, like, that doesn't feel like a big old shocker to me. That doesn't feel like a big old shocker. And I just can't understand why we were a month or whatever post Villa at that point and you still think the problem is that you chose Clark. I don't understand how you still don't fucking get it. Cha said, Tina, what do you think about Jaden saying there were DEI? That was Grayson, right? But there were DEI cameras that make the black women look better. It sounded like a hater. That's so weird for her to say that. Like, the filters they had made them look better. Like, girl. See, so here's the thing, Seventh Letter, and this is what I will say. Hannah looked great. Iris looked cool. You know what I mean? Grayson looked fine. Like, what are you talking about? Seventh Letter. After she said F that man, she still encouraged O to get with Taylor. I think that that's not the way that I personally understand it. I think if there's one thing that we can all say and like know about Alandria at this point, it's that sometimes Alandria will say a thing and not necessarily mean exactly the thing that she said. So like she was like, yeah, even Shelly was like, she was telling the story to Kiki of how typically she's like a cut him off. Fuck that man, right? But she also told us how she was trying to not be that girl, how she was trying to not have those certain bad habits. So I think I perceive that as Alandria saying, like saying to her basically, or like Michelle saying to her, like, if you're trying to break this habit, then like at least have the conversation. Don't just like throw him away. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I think I understood it more as that than it was, because she was like, fuck that man, but I'm going to support whatever you want to do. That's what she and 404 said as they were sitting down after the recoupling. So I think she was trying to make space for the fact that Alandria was trying to do something different. I don't know. Well, yeah, call me Kate. I think that she was trying to like let her friend have her experience, even though her feeling was fuck him. Now, I will say that Alandria in that moment was like, I feel like that chapter, yeah, that was immediately following the recoupling. They were sitting down immediately following that. And she says, so you didn't have any sort of heads up around his decision, and they're having this conversation. And then, exactly, we don't really know the timeline that Alandria was referencing. And then Michelle was like, you know, my honest feelings about him are fuck that man. No, she said it immediately after recoupling, y'all. Go rewatch it. They're literally in their yellow dresses, and Sarah had on whatever in the hell she had on. I don't remember, to be honest. But they're literally sitting down right after the recoupling, and she's asking her, like, so you had no idea about this, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, my true feelings are fuck that man. That's true. That's true. After, when they, the next morning, and I think it's, you know, to me, it felt like, here's what I'm going to tell y'all I think actually happened. What I think happened is that 404, what? I think that 404, when 404 said, but I'm going to, you know, respect whatever you want to do, that then Michelle felt like because 404 said it first. 404 said, but we're going to support whatever you want to do. And then Michelle was like, I mean, yeah, we're going to support whatever you want to do. So that felt like, again, more believable that there was like, I know people have made the claim around Alan, 404, Taylor, like being in on things. Nick Viall is actually vile, and I just feel like nobody should be going on his podcast. But do I think that Michelle knew her best friend wasn't attracted to Olandria? I think if she knew that, she wouldn't have asked that question. Because she seemed, not to be funny, she seemed genuinely confused. Like she didn't expect Taylor to make that decision. And yes, Birdie, Taylor is the one that pulled Olandria for that conversation. Yeah, I don't think she did in the villa either. I think that a lot more was kept closer to the chest than people want to admit about. I think they presumed simply because Alan and Michelle were dating that like Michelle knew everything in the villa. I think she knew more post-villa. Do I think that Olandria and Michelle can ever come back from Ace's public betrayal? I think if Michelle breaks up with Alan, that would be the first step to them potentially reconciling their relationship. Yeah, Camilla, I think that the only unofficial alliance that I think might have existed is between Taylor and Alan. That's the only two that I think were like in on anything potentially together. And I feel like, I get it. Like people, she was genuinely confused. And I think that, people, we're seeing a lot out like post villa that make people like reevaluate what they experienced in the villa. But I think it's very important. And I say this to y'all all the time. It's very important to like pay attention to like what was your gut instinct and your feeling and your feeling and your thought when you watched the first time. Don't start like adding in, because your memory can be an unreliable witness, y'all. You need to either go back and watch it and see if you feel something different, but trust that genuine first initial feeling and thought. So I think that people are seeing things post villa, and so now they want to be like, it was always this way. And I'm like, that feels like a stretch. Exactly. She's just going off of like what she's hearing, right? So in the Kiki interview, Michelle said that 3D was telling her he still wanted to explore Olandria. Jenny said, what do I think about Ace's card to Michelle on the Stand on Business Challenge? I don't know how it didn't turn her off. I don't know how a lot of things about him didn't turn her off. I think that at some point, I feel like I watched Michelle flip into almost like caretaker role around his emotions. And when we're not careful and we hop into that role, it'll start letting us like excuse things that we shouldn't be excusing. She started like prioritizing the tending to his emotions in some ways. And I think because she was genuinely like feeling bad for him. But then I think that clouds what your experience is because you're too busy feeling bad for them. Dark Skin Lover Girl, I just got on like almost half an hour ago-ish. He did. He made her chase him, Mia said. He did. Yeah, Jaden is like so not to be bothered, Kiana. She's like, bye, y'all. Mia, he did. And people got mad at me when I said that too. Like, not everybody. Like, lots of people agreed. But some people were like, no, it wasn't that. Like, she never chased a man. And I'm like, okay, y'all didn't watch the show, but that's cool. Y'all didn't see how he was sitting down. Because, again, I'm on this, like, a little bit of a rewatch, right? And, like, he's sitting down with Taylor. And I haven't yet, Dark Skin Lover Girl. He's sitting down with Taylor and he's like, I want to talk to y'all about the girl. Hi, Ebony. I want to talk to y'all about the woman with the man with the dog food. Did y'all see that? Let me know in the comments if you saw that. Let me know if y'all seen that. But yeah, it was definitely giving. Okay. After the recoupling happened, he literally sat down with Dark Skin Lover Girl. He sat down with Taylor and he's like, well, I just don't know. You know, I'm all about her. This is after like the heart rate challenge, right? And he's like, well, why would I do that if like she's not all about me? Like if she's not all in on me, all of a sudden it meant because she was exploring a genuine possible connection that meant that she wasn't in it for him, despite that motherfucker exploring all season long. I guess if you like it, I love it, girl. No, I don't actually love it. I fucking hate it. But in your life, do what you want to do. It was wild, Athena. And, you know, it's making me feel like, should I have sent that person home? Like, sir, no shade, Alti. You didn't have no choice about whether or not Coco was going home. Nick was making sure Leandria was coming back to the villa. And so was TJ and Pepe. I did repost that video, K Boogie. I did. Mia, I agree. So yeah, there's a lot of things. So all that to say, y'all, there was a lot of stuff that I felt like should have turned her off. Personally. Because it's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Fuck them. Like, what? No, I don't want to hear that shit. Bro, the fuck? Like, you didn't have no choice. Alan, you could not save Coco. Nick was gonna strong arm y'all's asses. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, the man that brought his wife, I know, for real, call me Kate. Okay, wait, so Ebony, you don't know what happened with the dog food? Hi, Lambie. Hi, thank y'all for the likes. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for all the things. Do you not know about the dog food? I know lots of people do. Okay. So this lady went to work and texted her husband, hey, I forgot to pack a lunch. Can you bring me lunch? Okay. He brought her, this is her original statement. Her original statement is, he brought me 2-day-old Chipotle. Yes. Like half eaten snacks or whatever and dog food, and said, because you're my dog, right? She has since provided an update that in her mind makes it all better. That actually my husband and my sister were in on it. That makes it okay. It's a joke. Joke. Woo, child. Rebel with the cause. Her name is Caitlin Teaches on here. Caitlin Teaches. Ho, is you cool, Gigi? Because what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's even worse. The pressure is getting worse. Then she got on the internet trying to defend it as a joke. And here's my thing. I think she means it. Like, she's being sincere. Thank you. She's being sincere. Camilla. Big C would never. When I told him what happened, Gigi, he was like, even if you asked me for that, why would I bring you old Chipotle? Like, why wouldn't I just go get you new Chipotle? He's like, I don't know. Maybe I just don't think that's funny. Thank you for the cake. I think the same thing. I'm sorry. Also, how old is the sister? Is she the big sister or the little sister? Exactly, Nikisha. If it was a joke, why was there not also real lunch? She absolutely believes her husband, Pia. She believes that it is simply a joke. Thank you so much for the gift. She believes it is a joke. She believes it's not a big deal. And I went ahead and like just glanced at her profile a little bit. I'm about to be dramatic, but they're like 12, y'all. They're young as fuck, and they've been together since high school. I would not be, Gemina, we're talking about Caitlin Teaches. I would not be surprised if this is like her first serious relationship. And, you know, yes, she's a creator. And her husband brought her dog food for lunch with other things that were really not even edible. Yeah, Amina, so that makes sense that she would be a Red Hatter. It also seems like she comes from a very small town. So it seems like the culture, right, is we're high school sweethearts to getting married. And they were in high school as early as 2019, or as recently as 2019. So they're relatively young. She's relatively young. It's her first year teaching. Like, that's how young she is. They are, in fact, Mary Jo, they are, in fact. And so if this is your first real relationship, and this is what's normalized in your small town, I don't think she actually thinks there's anything wrong with it. And I reposted a creator recently where she was like, yeah, I was one of those women that also posted videos of my husband, Trini Kimmy. Trini Kimmy! She does teach, Lambdy. She's around somebody's children. Seventh letter, I will tell you. So I reposted a video of a woman that said, you know, I was the woman that posted this too, and everybody around me normalized this behavior. So even when I got pushback on the internet, when I would ask other people, they're like, no, this is fine. This is like what's part of a relationship, right? Relationships have this, and relationships have struggle. You don't see it at first, right? And this is why when I like posted recently about why people validate so much like Michelle and Alan, because even though the struggle was manufactured, they see the struggle and they're like, oh, this makes it real. Exactly, Joyo boy. This makes it real, right? Because there's like struggle in it. You know what I mean? This is what's normal. I remember someone telling me in my first marriage, hi, Peter. I remember someone telling me, Anika, it's the woman whose husband brought her dog food. I remember someone telling me in my first marriage, like, oh, the first like 5 years are the hardest years. And then I got married to Chris and I was like, actually, the first 7 years are like the easiest fucking years. I don't think Chris and I like legit argued for like the first 4 years of our like marriage. And I'm like, actually, like, that's so wild that we normalize that it should be hard in the beginning when that is when it should be the easiest. Like, there are some adjustments, sure, but it shouldn't be to the level that this woman is dealing with. My advice to that woman would be, you know, it's complicated because, like, not as a clinician, because as a clinician, like, I wouldn't offer advice. Like, we'd be doing particular type of work to like make her exactly a joyo boy. If it's rocky in the beginning, it's probably gonna stay rocky. I probably wouldn't give her advice as a clinician. I would say, like, if she was just my homegirl, right? I would ask her, like, well, shit, that may not be a good question for her, though. Oftentimes, one of the questions I will pose to people is, if this was your friend telling you this happened to them, what would your reaction be? I think that she's around a community of people, though, that make this normal. So, again, I don't think that she thinks there's anything wrong with it. No, on God. She doesn't have that, Zena Joe. You know what I mean? And I guess, like, maybe a question I might pose to her was, if this was a kid, would you have packed that lunch for your kid? If your kid was like, Mom, I forgot to pack my lunch today, is that what you would bring them? Exactly, Sparkle. The type of man that probably got married under duress, if we want to keep it a buck. Because they're from a small town. They've been together since they were in high school. Lots of people start saying, okay, well, what's next? What's next? As if the majority of your years haven't been when you were a fucking kid. The only thing that's next is to keep being boyfriend and girlfriend. We're still only 22. You know what I mean? Like, we're only 22. Christina, we're talking about the woman whose husband brought her dog food. So, like, exactly, dark skin lover girl. If you had given her an actual meal and then also packed that, we wouldn't even be having the conversation. So it's literally because you didn't. This is, but y'all saw what happened, right? Okay, do y'all remember my Taylor and Clark video? Hi, Love Note. Where I stitched in Clark and I said, y'all don't be shocked, don't be surprised by the fact that she is on the internet defending this. The fact that she is on the internet saying it's a joke. This is what she is supposed to do. This is how abusers stay ingratiated to the people around them. By gaslighting the victim and then making the victim act as their mouthpiece and their person to re-ingratiate them to the public. Exactly, Gigi. So her getting on the internet and being like, it's a joke. Like, that's exactly what she was going to do. She was never going to do anything different than that. What do I think about 3D buying Clark a horse? Y'all are funny. Because I be feeling like y'all be trying to get me to be messy. I feel like y'all be trying to get me to be messy. Okay, what do I think about it? Exactly, Ebony. Exactly. It's another control tactic, right? Like he said, she better move to Oklahoma because I bought her all these rodeo clothes. What is he doing by buying her a horse? Thank you, Gigi. Sage is point trying to keep her on that whack ass farm. Like, Pia, that's a great question. Is her name on the paperwork? And what I also think about it, oh, thank you, right, is like 7th letter. What I also think about it, right, is like in their article that they did back in July, even though they literally only quote her twice. Thank you, Anika. They only quote her twice in the whole fucking article, even though she was there. I only knew she was there because they're like, and Clark said, I'm like, wait, she been here this whole time? Why she ain't said nothing? Thank you, Monet. Why she ain't said nothing this whole time? But she was like, yeah, we're going to split. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. She was like, we're going to split our time between Oklahoma and then I'm going to show him the city life. Has he seen it yet? Has he been to the city? Because I feel like they only been in the country. I don't know. Maybe I missed the trip. But I'm like, her reposts are so sad, dark skin lover girl. She definitely has a way to feel less sad. I mean, y'all know how I feel, right? She definitely could be doing so much more without him. She's allowing herself to, she's from North Carolina, Ebony. Thank y'all. She is allowing herself to, be made small. And much like the girl who ate dog food, well, she didn't eat the dog food, Christy. She didn't eat the dog food, y'all. My bad. Hi, Shink. Much like the woman that received dog food for lunch. I'm sure she has a bunch of people around her that are excusing it. I told y'all her family was at the damn rodeo in Arizona. They cheesing and smiling. They having a good time. Ain't nobody telling her there's anything wrong with what's going on. The article is from, hold on. It's like a not well-known mag. Damn, hold on. Why can't I find it? Is it Vulture? Maybe it's Vulture. No, it's Elite Daily. Thank you. It's Elite Daily. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So if you put in Elite Daily Taylor interview, it'll pop it up. And once you get to like the 4th paragraph, then you realize Clark is there too because she says a sentence. Hi, Rachel. We were talking about the girl with the dog food and how this also is showing up in, you're welcome, showing up with like Clark and Taylor. Maybe K Boogie. The thing is, y'all, like, I know I said to subscribers, I was like, y'all, I don't know if I think it's a long game. I don't know if I believe that. I don't think that, this is going to sound mean. I don't know if I believe that she's scheming at that level. I'll say it like that. Exactly, Trini. I think that she is not, I don't think she's scheming at that level. I think that I think she's happy where she's at. Or believes she is at least. And I think people want to believe she's scheming because then that, listen, y'all are going to hear me give some grace, right? It is really hard to empathize with victims when we feel like they are allowing, and I'm heavy fucking quotations on that, when we feel like they are allowing their victimization. And so I think some people want to detach and say, oh, she's playing a long game, because then that lets them keep her in a space where they feel like they can continue to support her while only critiquing him. Rather than admitting like she might be fully in it, and what does it look like to support her even if she is? What does it look like to say, even if she's all in? If you're a fan, right? As a fan, I'm still going to support her. That is what feels challenging for people. Exactly, Anika. Similar to Michelle and Alan, people need to separate them so they can say, oh, it's just him. So I can, rather than saying, well, what if she does? And then I would still choose to support her, because then they have to reconcile with whatever they think that means about them. Thank you, Lambdy. And that's the hard part, is to have to look at ourselves and whatever we think that then means about us. But I would say, you know, y'all are the larger public. I would say that y'all don't necessarily owe these people anything. You know what I mean? I think if you decide you want to be a fan to someone that, hi Saba, that like you should do that. You know what I mean? I think it really is about her community. She needs to have people around her that are going to catch her no matter what. Like the woman that posted her story, right? About how it took her so long to finally realize what was going on and to leave. But her sister stayed in it. Her sister was like, I love you, and like, I'm not going to stop telling you what I'm seeing, right? Everybody needs that person when they are in an abusive dynamic. Clark is 24. Oh, thank you, Ginger. Let me pin my little goal. Ginger, tell me what you want to talk about for the next 10 minutes. Drop it in my comments. I think that if nothing, even if they're not ditzy, I think they're definitely okay with it. I think they're definitely okay with it. Because why would they be at, like, if they weren't, then why would they be at the rodeo supporting them? Thank you, Saba. Rachel, tell me what you want to talk about for the next 10 minutes. Alan, Michelle, and the dynamic shift. Okay. Will you give me a little bit more details as to what you mean? She signed to the same agency as 3D, Ray. That's the thing, Athena. Lots of people will only clock abuse if it is physical or very direct verbal. Thank you. So Alan and Michelle and the way their dynamic has shifted with Alandria and Nick. Is that what you mean? Wait, which Nick interview, Rachel? Okay. Do you have an explicit question about it, or you just want me to yap about it? Oh. I did watch that live. I haven't talked about the live. Zena, I don't know if there was an announcement. I only know this because people be in their business and they tell me. I never broke down the Modern Love podcast, Rebel. Is that what you want me to talk about, Rachel? I think Chris just broke something. Okay. Hold on. I think my son. Hold on, y'all. My son did send me a Cash App request. Hold on. Okay, y'all. Leave it to the kids, y'all. And I'm always the parent they ask. They don't never ask their daddy. They send it to me. Okay. Will Ola be friends with Michelle? And the like your thoughts, because I kind of thought he was playing like there was a lot of stuff he didn't want to talk about. Thank you. Why do I think Alan is being so quiet? Do I think that Michelle? Okay. Next 10 minutes, I'm focused on I'm focused on Alan, Michelle, the dynamic change between Nick and Alandria, and whether or not I think Nick and Alandria can be friends, and why Alan is so quiet. If y'all have questions as I'm going, drop them. If I don't answer them, drop them again, okay? Yeah, so that's the thing, Nikisha. Okay, so this is complicated, I think. So number one, I think that Alandria, I think, is going to move very quietly. I don't think, even if she decides she's not going to be friends with Michelle anymore, I don't know that we're going to have like some big public display around it. I don't even know if I think she'll ever unfollow her, because I don't think that she would want to, the type of person that I perceive Alandria to be, I don't think she would want to do anything that she would think would potentially like drive hate trains toward Michelle. Like, she wouldn't want to contribute to that. So I don't think that she might even unfollow her, right? I think she could, as far as we would know on social media, it would look like they're still in a relationship. I think it would change in real life though, right? I think that they are going to, like, I think we will hear less and less from Alandria about Michelle. Yeah, I think it makes sense not to. And okay, that makes sense. Yep, she said in her Elite Daily interview that she wouldn't be unfollowing anyone anymore because of the drama. Yeah, I don't think she would do that anyway. Yep. And here's the thing. I do think that, like, you know, some months down the road, people are not going to give a shit as much anymore. And it wouldn't matter. Like, people talked for 2 seconds about Nick unfollowing Hula Hoop, right? Because the reunion had aired. At that point, people were ready to move on. So it wasn't as big of news. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, she could maybe some months or even years down the road where people just, like, don't give a fuck anymore. But I don't see that as, like, a thing that she's going to do right now. Alandria does not strike me as a person that would choose to do that. as far as like whether or not exactly Monet, and we know that before Olandria would be in all the pictures. Oh, my girl, you so beautiful, da 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 da, and she's saying nothing. And I think that is like evidence enough of like where she stands right now. Hi, chocolate lover. I think that Olandria will keep it cute. You know, she is very baby. She is very hold on. Malachi sent me a Cash App request. I sent it already though. Yeah, she's gonna be very poised, right? She's not going to do any of the nonsense. Hi, Mtia. I think that Olandria is the only way that I could see her and Michelle being able to actually have a relationship is if the relationship with Alan ended. And I know that some people might think that that's extreme, but what he did so publicly, Michelle would have to, Michelle would have to make a big, like, stand against that. Because it was extreme. And that's true, Joyo Boy. It was something he attempted to do, but it was extreme, right? And so I think it would have to be like a real conversation. And it would have to be like, girl, I see him for what he is, and I'm not fucking with it, right? Which is why I told y'all, and I know some people are like, Tina, you are giving her too much grace. And maybe I am. But I was like, y'all, I wouldn't be shocked if that Twitter comment was like also a little jab at Atlin. Thank you. I actually don't think, okay, let me stay focused. Sorry, y'all. As far as like Nick and Alan, I could see Nick being like, I will like forgive what was said, but I don't want to be in a relationship with you. I will tell y'all in just a second. Because the thing is, I don't perceive Nick as someone that like wants to hold the energy of being pissed off at somebody. And I agree, Nurse Brain, but I also don't think like once you show me who you are, like I've said this to y'all before, like once you show me who you are, I'll be like, oh, okay, bet, like I got it, that's cool, you know what I'm saying? And I think the reality is, as much as we all want them to be very close, and I think that Nick wanted that. You know, Nick talked about wanting that. I think that there's also the reality for them of like, I had friends before the villa. And so if this doesn't work out, it's not that, like, my world is not going to crumble. You know what I mean? Exactly, Mtia. I preach that all the time. Friendships are relationships, and this was a major removal of trust this early. If you wouldn't let your romantic partner do it, you shouldn't let your friend do it. If you wouldn't let your friend do it, you shouldn't let your romantic partner do it about certain things, right? About certain things, right? But like if Olandria can't get on a podcast and suggest that he had an STI, why can his friend? Right? And so I think that like, I don't perceive Nick as being a person that's like, oh, yeah, thank you y'all for the likes. Like up the live. It's quite a bit of us in here. And we've been on for almost an hour. I don't think that is something that he can, like, he will not choose to continue to be his friend. And what I think a lot of people don't like acknowledge is, and maybe people didn't catch it, right? But I know that it is Friday. I know that it is a lie that Alan was clear with Nick about where he stood before he went on the podcast. The reason that I know that that's a lie is because the same day that he was recording the podcast, hi Twerk for Dimes, is the same day that Nick and Olandria did a follow-up call with New York Times, the Wonder Love podcast or whatever. Hold on, y'all. It's making me verify. Okay. I don't know why. It's the same day that he did the follow-up call, Modern Love. Thank you. The Modern Love podcast. And he And he said one of the people he was looking forward to hanging out with was Ace. So you're lying. You're lying. You did not have a direct conversation with him about where you stand. Or he wouldn't have been saying that the day after the fucking reunion aired. Don't lie. So I know that he was caught off guard. Alan said on that, Athena, Alan said on the podcast, he's like, and I told him that, blah, blah, blah. He tried to act like he had been straight up with Nick and that Nick wasn't going to be shocked about the shit he was saying. Then why was Nick singing a different tune at the same time that you were recording this podcast? Thank you, Ginger. You're being dishonest. Thank you, Ginger. So I think that with all that said, I think this dynamic has changed in a way that I don't ever believe that, like, well, I was about to lie again. Hold on. Let me not lie to y'all in here. There are very few things that I feel like are irreparable, but I do not feel like they will ever be where they were. I think that they will agree to just have peace and move on. That's what I think will happen. And honestly, I don't, yes, it will be on YouTube, Jenna. You're so welcome. And honestly, thank you, Ginger. And I don't think that Olandria or Nick, like, owe them that. Camilla, I guess I didn't understand. They said, like, when he was, did you hope that some of the friendships would, like, last outside of the villa or whatever the question was? And he was like, yeah, you know, like, I was hoping, like, I've been hoping to hang out with Ace, blah, blah, blah. You hope they don't move to LA. It's not their vibe. I'm biased. I hope they do move to LA. Oh, I don't think they're too naive for LA. I think if y'all think they're too naive for LA, then they definitely shouldn't be in fucking New York. Exactly, Tiana. I'm like, they would live the life in LA. You're voting for Pasadena. Okay. I will say that, like, I know for, okay, I like Culver City, Tiana. I think, like, you know, a Riverside, Pasadena, but I also think, like, Culver City, you know. Oh, no NY slander ever. You're from Pasadena, they got your vote. Okay, Rachel, tell me what you want me to talk about for 10 minutes. Not NY stand up. Listen, y'all, don't start here. This is a California live. Gang gang. Do you gang bang? I'm here outside with my gang gang. Okay, period, Baldwin Hills. Joya boy, shh. We're not doing Tim's. We're doing Chuck T's in here, Athena. Chuck T's, okay? Don't play with me. Thank you. Do I think that Taylor and Alan, West Coast is the best? Do I think that Taylor and Alan will remain friends? I think that Taylor and Alan are the same person. I think that Alan is like a younger version of Taylor. And Blue Chuck said that, Chris said. So honestly, I don't. No, Keisha, we like the East Coast too. I'm just teasing. Do I think that Nick and Taylor have had contact? I think Taylor would have attempted it by now, probably. I don't know if Nick is choosing to take those calls. And I don't think that Nick would ever tell us either. Exactly. Alan is the younger version of Taylor. Yeah, I think that Alan and Taylor are very much the same person. I don't think that, Taylor is very like self-absorbed in some ways, maybe a lot of ways. And so um I think that him choosing to go on and do that live was, if there was going to be any contact, that was not the right next step. Yeah. And so, yeah, like subs, I told y'all I have a video coming where I'm going to talk about Taylor's like fluidity and his masculinity. Part of that has to do with also why he wants so much proximity to Nick and not maybe in the ways that you are thinking. Um exactly. Um Somebody said, do I think that Alan was really uncomfortable with the heart rate challenge? I will say that his body language did not read as such until he sat down on that Clark and saw that Michelle was upset. And then in his confessional, he said the same thing. It wasn't until this interview that we heard he was uncomfortable. And so part of me wonders if that is him pushing a narrative because of what Honda Civic got sort of I guess held accountable around with oh, thank you, Nikisha, for subscribing. What Honda Civic somewhat got accountable, like held accountable for on the public like arena at least, about Chris. And so if he thought, well, oh, I can like also push this narrative of like this is what was happening for me, that it was like, you know what I mean? Because when we watched it in real time, it didn't look like discomfort. It also did not look like fawning to me. And then again, it was when he sat down and he realized she was uncomfortable. And that's what he told us in his, thank you, Joyo Boy. That's what he told us also in his confessional. I will say to his point, which again, this is how I know they be listening to everything online, because they would be repeating a lot of shit that we say, right? Like, yeah, you absolutely can get your heart rate raised because you're nervous, because you're scared, because you're anxious. Like, there are lots of things that would raise your heart rate. It's not just from being like sexually excited. Oh, dark skin lover girl, if you if y'all send a money gun, I will do 10 minutes of whatever you want me to talk about. Oh my god, y'all, I'm just realizing I'm way past this other goal. Y'all, I think I told y'all, no, I told y'all in my video today that I had talked to Ilea, who is a former reality TV producer. Yes, Rachel, tell me what you want me to chat about. And I was like, girl, I don't know a lot of the answers to the questions you're asking me right now. So, I did not see her NFL commercial because we have not watched the NFL since Colin Kaepernick. That said, racism pays, right? Oh, I don't know. Do you want me to change the color of my shirt? I can put on a different color shirt. Would that be useful? I will say that it makes a lot of sense though, or not makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make any sense that the only people that talked about football in that villa are not the people that ended up with the commercial for the NFL. And how raggedy of them, because so many NFL teams were shipping Nick Alandria because it was popular, but then didn't give them no bag. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know if there is nurse brain. That's cool, Mia. But are you going to pay me? I want to be paid. This better? Oh, not maybe she was cheaper. Stop. That commercial was so low budget, they sent her footage and she's... Y'all are so funny. It was Honda Civic in the NFL commercial. It was gross of them to reward her for that. It was gross. They had a choice and they made it. And that's why I ain't been watching them since Colin Kaepernick, right? I don't give a fuck what Jay-Z's talking about. I say what the fuck I said. Well, her acting shouldn't have been bad. She was a theater kid. She was a theater kid. It should have been good. Okay, don't wake up JZT, Joy Boy. Okay, see, listen. I told y'all about them NYs. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Not too much on Jay. Okay, yes. You have a statement or a topic. They were talking about Honda Sister. No, I didn't hear anything about that, Rachel. Period, Joyo boy. Oh, I'm sorry, Amina. I got distracted. I was just saying that I didn't know the answers to some of Aaliyah's questions that I should know the answers to based on like my platform. Anyway, I'm keeping my cards close to the chest about that, y'all. But I will say that Zariah, is that how I say it? Zariah, no, you're not in enemy territory. I mean, I'm an LA girl to the day I die, like duh. Period poo. But no, I'm just teasing. Though I have some thoughts about their marriage, but I'm gonna keep them to myself. Because if the Lemonade album is not exactly what I've been talking to y'all about. Zaria, thank you for correcting me. Oh, okay, I did hear that, Rachel. Yes. Thank you, dark skin lover girl. I'm gonna come to you after I do Rachel, and Ginger has I think like 3 more requests. Okay. Yes, Rachel, I know what you're talking about. Yes. So she like made a whole big stink on the airplane about how like she was drunk on the airplane and made some really inflammatory statements and eventually was like escorted off and I think like put on the no-fly list. Oh, Joy, okay, Ginger's giving her request to somebody. Whoever says me first is who I'll give it to. We're talking about Hydroxycut's sister, yes. And she was saying that she, Joy, boy, you just sent one. Give it to somebody else. You just sent one, so you already have 10 minutes. Shit, y'all, hold on. I'm trying to keep my train of thought. Hold on, 2 seconds. Okay. Tiana. Okay, Tiana, you're next. Well, not next, but I got you. Y'all are funny. Okay, so Hydroxycut, Honda Civic, hula hoop, hubcap. It's a bunch, y'all. Anywho, her sister was on a plane, was drunk, made some inflammatory statements. Y'all are so funny. And then she ended up like getting taken off the plane, got put on like the no-fly list. I don't know if I have like thoughts around it other than, oh yeah, Houdini Hot Pocket. I guess my only thought around it is like, that tracks. If you Google it, you will find it pretty easily. It was like an article that was like, no, not recently. This was, I think, like when Honda Civic was maybe still in high school. It just surfaced, of course, because people are going to look into everything, right? So it surfaced. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Now I need to make a list. Hold on. It surfaced because obviously, again, everything is going to surface. And so, anywho, she gets put on the no-fly list. And I think for me, it was just like, oh boy, hold on, nurse brain. Tiana, you're so funny. I'm gonna go do it right now, nurse brain. I got you. I won't forget you. I'm writing a list right now. Dark skin black girl. Cause I will forget you if I don't write a list. Yes, I am gonna open the panel. Okay. Okay, let me just hi. No, I don't want to do that. I just want you to show me the last one. Okay. Okay, y'all. Okay, I got my list now. Okay. Let me put on a darker shirt for y'all. Give me 2 seconds, and then I will finish your 10 minutes of this conversation. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, y'all. Okay, I just put on jammies since I'm in the house for the night anyway. Okay. So the only thought that I really have around that is that it doesn't shock me because, wait, is this better, nurse brain? It doesn't shock me because she strikes me as entitled, so I don't know why other members of her family wouldn't also be that way. And then, okay, great. So why would I think that her family is not that way? And then it honestly made me think about when she was on the, we're talking about Hydroxycut Sister, K-Boogie. We're talking about Hydroxycut Sister. It made me think about when she was on the CDH podcast or CHD podcast, when she was saying some of the things that got said to her. It made me wonder, like, were people saying those things because they're gross? Because people do say those things because they're gross, right? Like, people are xenophobic and are disgusting. And were people also saying that because of what had happened with her sister and it being in the news? And she just didn't provide the rest of the context. But I don't know exactly the timeline. Yeah, I've actually stitched, I don't know what y'all were talking about it with, like, Arab women, but I will say that, like, I stitched a video a while back. Hi, Yanela, where, I try not to watch anything with men that are disgusting, Ginger, so I didn't watch it. Like, I try not to, like, let myself be pissed off or yell at, I say all the time, I try not to make content where I'm, like, yelling at a man or, like, going off on a man, because there are men that would pay me to do that, and so I'm not doing that shit for free on the internet. So I did not watch it because I don't need to get my heart rate up for nothing. Rachel, a couple of people have sent money guns, and so I am answering their questions for 10 minutes straight. Did I not cover anything at all that feels like something you want me to say about that, Rachel? I'm like, listen. Okay. Joy, oh boy. Tell me what you want me to talk about for 10 minutes. Nurse Brain, I already got you because you wanted me to just change my shirt. But you can give me If you want me to talk about something, dark skin lover girl, will you tell me what you want me to talk about as well? Joyo Boy. Joyo Boy wants to hear my thoughts on Jay-Z and Beyonce's marriage. Child. Y'all so messy. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Not you sat tonight, Tiana. No, on God, Anika, like, can I just refund you the money, good? No, I'm just kidding. Y'all so messy. We can have a messy boots feeling. Okay. I mean, generally, I don't think my thoughts are that negative, and I really don't think, but you know, hey, that's just my perspective. I also genuinely like feel like, I don't know, I don't think they're that outrageous. Hi, Kimberly. How are you? You don't have to leave and come back. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I have a couple of thoughts. I'll start with the Lemonade album. The Lemonade album, let me make sure I'm doing only 10 minutes. Hold on, let me look at the time. Okay, Nikisha, I could do Will and Jada. Okay, I'm doing well, Kimberly. They have me being messy tonight, girl. They so messy. Dang. Okay, let's start with the Lemonade album. Now, I just posted a video for y'all about struggle love and how people need you to struggle because they feel like that is the most righteous and valid way to achieve success. And a lot of people listened to that album and were like, yes. And I was like, bitch, why didn't you leave? That's how I felt at the end of the album. I was like, not you said all that for you to be like, and I stayed. I was sick. I was sick. Because personally, as someone that has lived struggle love before, I just don't like that being so normalized for people. I hate that. I hate that being the narrative personally. Okay, Boogie said I would come back in 10 minutes. I don't love it personally. To hear him say, like, I didn't realize that I shouldn't be an asshole. I'm paraphrasing y'all, right? But on that podcast, when his album then came out after hers or whatever, and he's like, I didn't realize I shouldn't be a dick to my wife until I had a daughter. Like, nigga, fuck you. What you mean? You didn't know how to respect me as a woman until you had a daughter? I oughta. Why I oughta? That pissed me off. Well, see, I watched the whole visual, Tyree. So I did not appreciate that. And I didn't love the age gap when they got together. I said it. I said it. Clock it, Ash. I feel like she got with him so young, it's hard to walk away, not to mention the benefits of power couple. Because for me, again, she was so young. This was one of her first relationships. Of course, she wants to make it, that makes complete sense to me. Makes complete sense to me. Why she would want to stay, why they would want to work out. And it was predatory on his behalf. And can somebody drop the actual years? I don't know the actual number. I just know she was technically a teen in her teens, late teens. Yes. She was like 18, 19, and he was like 30. Yeah. And this goes to what we have been talking about with 3D and Clark, right? Is that nobody around her said there's something wrong with this, babes. This is, it's still 12 years. You know what I mean? Like, her brain wasn't even developed. And so for that to be the first one to get married and then him to have drug her through the mud, it makes sense to me that she stayed. That makes it, I'm not shocked that she stayed. I'm just disappointed. When a woman of her acclaim and her stature and her beauty, okay, her dad might have. Exactly, Kimberly. It's literally all she knew. But Tiana, the thing is, right, like, this is a trauma bond. This is like when it would make sense, right? Because I'm not offering conjecture. This is what she told us. What they both have admitted happened in their dynamic. If you think that being cheated on is not traumatizing, I have news for you, babes. It's a betrayal of trust, right? And this happened multiple times in their dynamic. They are absolutely bonded, and then they created children together. It makes sense, complete sense to me, why they are together, and I don't love it. No, they're not in any sort of trouble that we know about right now, Anika. They just asked me my thoughts. And she was suffering miscarriages. So they were just, again, like, it doesn't, not yet, unfortunately. Dark skin lover girl. It makes sense, but I just don't love it for her. And if you're watching a woman of her status and her stature deal with something like this, then what do we expect from the girl whose husband brought her dog food? And she's been with him since she was a teenager too. What do we expect from Clark? And why do we have so much smoke and judgment around them, but not her? Does more money make it okay? Like what is it that then makes us okay with what's happened? Is it because it's $1 billion on the elevator? Like, y'all tell me what makes it like, oh, okay, that's fine to like deal with in this dynamic. Like, what makes it okay? What's the litmus test? You feel me? I know, Keisha. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. And listen, ultimately, baby, do what you want to do. You feel me? Your life, not mine. Okay? And when I see things like this being normalized and I see people talking about them as a power couple or like as something to aspire to, as though we don't all know what went down between them and that the only reason why this man began to change his ways was because he had a daughter. No, I know, user, right? So it's like, and it's like, cool, again, love note, I agree. And Paris, I hear that. It feels a lot like I like Clark, but not Taylor. And that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But do we have the same grace for Clark? And if not, why? And why do we like her but not him, but we have smoke for Michelle about Alan? Paris. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all want me to get up off of them? I'll stop. Joyo boy, can you give people a rest? Y'all so funny. Why is it not the same? Tell me why it's not the same. I mean, to be fair, I always have smoke for men. Y'all know that. Like, I'm so honest about that. I'm so biased toward women. Not Shelly is in timeout. So I'm not, listen. I probably always have my foot on some man's neck. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Listen, Kay, this is my whole point, right? K Boogie, we're almost done. One more minute. This is the whole point, right? It's like if nobody was clocking it for Beyonce, why would they yes, we would love for them to, but like who's gonna clock it for Clark for real? Wait, what'd you say, Keisha? I mean, y'all don't really want me. I'm not even gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna zip it. Okay, you want me, dark skinned lover girl, you want to hear about Nick and Landry and the BMA party? What explicitly? Nope, it's zipped. You got your money's worth, child boy. Period. Wait, which one? The live or the party? Wait, was there a live during the party? If it was a live during the party, I missed it. Or him carrying her. You want to hear about both? The live and then him carrying her at the party. Wait, what did you say, Chris? I missed it. Okay, both. Okay. What did you say, Chris? Because I missed it. Have I talked about all of Are You My First yet? No. The only thing I've even really had to say about Are You My First is how much I love Farha. How I wanted Maddie to stay. But I will talk about it if you want me to. But after all these people that paid for me to talk about their shit first. Oh, I didn't know what the hell this was. Wait, Chris, did you say it again? Just come upstairs and tell me. Are you still cooking? Okay. Tiana. Okay. Dark skin lover girl. I will say the live. I really appreciated the live. I thought it was really cute. Oh, shut up, Chris. Stop in the comments. You were silly. Yes, K Boogie. Okay, so let me look at the time. Okay, 8:03. Okay, the live I thought was really sweet. I thought it was nice to get like a little glimpse into his life. I thought why is it gonna be a night? Okay, so I don't think he said it because I think he wanted to talk to Alandria first. Honestly, I think he hadn't talked to Alandria about it, and so I think Nick is again. So I've talked. So let me say a couple of things. Hi, Mercedes CEO. I love your content. He is very, as an ADHD person, something that is super common is being like hyper vigilant about what you say and how you say it because of what people interpret. Okay. And so Nick has had the experience of people clipping them, right? And so I think it just makes what already exists in the regular world is like even more present because he's online and people can take whatever he says and make something about it, right? So he's going to be hyper vigilant in general around what he says and how he says things. He can't really let his guard down all the way, maybe the way he would like to. And people make comments when he does. When he made the slip about the VMAs, they were like, "Oh my God, so y'all are gonna be at the VMAs?" Or And then when he was like about Alandria like walking, oh my God, so this thing she's walking, it's like people immediately, they so badly want to be inside. They want to know something, you know? That's when that parasocial stuff comes up, right? They want to feel like, I know you, I'm attached to you, I'm a part of you, right? And so people are looking for anything they can grab to feel like they've got insider about him, rather than it just being like, oh my gosh, like we're excited for y'all. Let's send some likes. Let's send, some gifts and, whatever. It's like, I need the information. I need the tea so that I can go repeat it. And so I think it makes him hyper aware. So he was not going to confirm that on live without having talked to Alandria. His mom is very adorable. I was very glad he said neck. That was my vote as well. And yeah, Angelia, the Video Music Awards, they went to the Video Music Awards. Thank you. So I think Dark Skin Lover Girl, I think that he was not going to say it without like having talked to her first. And I think it's annoying when people feel like because they're subs or because they're fans, like they have the like right to demand certain things from these people that they are fans of. And I don't like that. I don't like that. They feel entitled. Exactly. And do I think that they were boyfriend and girlfriend before, for like a long time before they told us? I don't know. I did not. Will you tag me in the Florist video? I don't know if I think that they were boyfriend and girlfriend for a long time. I've said before, and I stand by, like, it would be very easy for me to believe that y'all were very close to 100K. Very, very close. It would be very easy for me to believe that they were dating, like they've been saying that whole time, and they have recorded that footage with the future in mind, and that there was some sort of like deal, because this happens, like where it's like, okay, if we pay you this amount of money, like can we be the people that like make the announcement, so to speak? And so it wouldn't shock me if it was like, okay, we're now a couple, you all can like release that footage. Like that wouldn't shock me if it was recorded with the future in mind. Exactly. They filmed all sorts of content that day, and it's like, okay, if we become boyfriend and girlfriend, great, you get to release it, and if not, then oh well, we just get rid of the footage. You know what I mean? I don't think necessarily that they were like lying to us the whole time about dating. Like, remember again that even by the time they might, exactly. Thank you, Keisha. Tap, tap for 30 seconds. Even if they, like, we need to remember, like, even at the reunion, when they're doing I'm about to say it again. I'm about to say it wrong again. Wonder Love? That's not what it is. Modern Love. On the Modern Love podcast that was being filmed at the same time the reunion was being filmed, they're like, y'all, it's been 3 weeks. Why would I be his girlfriend already? Like, that's very fast, in considering the majority of their dating has been in the real world, right? They didn't do the majority of their dating in the villa where they were together 24/7. So I believe them when they say they were dating. And yeah, it sounds like Agua already confirmed as well that they got the okay to release the footage. So to me, this sounds like they recorded it with like okay, this might eventually be true. And so then you all would be able to release it. Yay. Thank you so much for tapping the live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, Camilla, I don't know why that's always what comes up in my head. So, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if like that was new news, and to someone's point, they said they think maybe they made it official in Houston. I wouldn't be shocked if like part of when everything went down, the way that they had to lean on each other for support, if that wasn't like also like part of what may have made them feel more connected and like ready to do that. Okay, Boogie, we're talking about Nick and Alandria. Dark Skin Lover Girl asked me to chat about them. As far as the VMAs, very cute together, or the VMA pre-party, whatever the fuck it was, y'all. Very cute together. Yeah, I don't know if they need to like let us know when they officially did. I think ultimately like doesn't matter. The sub video on the Modern Love Podcast discourse. Are you talking about with Dwight? Because I'll talk about that publicly. Is that what you mean? That discourse? I would say that VMA's super cute. I thought it was very funny that he was holding her the way that he was holding her. But it makes sense, right? If you are like, exactly. It makes sense because like her skirt was so short. There would have been very few ways that he could have picked her up where it wouldn't have been a potential exposure, you know? And he ain't gonna ever let her be out here slipping like that. But he wanted to take that weight off of her feet, and I thought that was really cute. Yes, phone in person, one hand, and Alandria in the other arm. Holding her like a real Barbie doll for real, with the stiff legs and everything. I thought it was very cute, very adorable. Did I miss anything, Dark Skin Lover Girl? The mannequin challenge. Not a bad kid. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, they were very, very cute. I loved seeing them together. They looked so good. Their outfits were cute. Her makeup was slamming as usual. Right under eye was back. Love it. Yeah, they were doing their thing. I liked it. I liked it. Okay. Tiana. Tell me what we talking about, girl. Okay, Boogie, you can drop it in the chat, boo. I'll talk about Dwight after. You only want to talk about Nick and Alandria? Okay, what do you want me to talk about them? Oh, shit. I ain't never watched them. Yes, the content creator. I'm actually not that mad at what he said. I don't remember what interview he's referencing. Is he referencing the Tish interview or the Modern Love interview? Okay, Boogie, I'm trying to watch Love Island UK next. I've been watching, he was talking about Modern Love. Okay, I thought so. I went back, shut up, Camilla. I mean, aren't all men's takes 50-50? Okay, sorry. Just kidding. Just kidding. Are we interested in Iris going back to TJ? I mean, I guess the question is, are we interested in Iris? Because... yeah, I feel like T, it's not that big of a deal, personally. I mean, I feel like Iris, like, is that not what we expected? And it's like, yeah, like, Honda Civic's her bestie now. Like, girl, it makes sense. It's tracking, okay? The map is, in fact, mapping. Like, exactly, user. I always said that I didn't think that her and Pepe made sense because of that. I can see that, Rachel. Okay, Tiana, tell me explicitly what you want me to chat about with Nick and Alandria. Exactly, Hagatha. Who? You been where? Well, who? So yeah, Pepe and her never made sense for me. They was just... As they should. Alexandra, I don't really think about either of them, but I will say that if I had to give an opinion, um, she's already told us that she doesn't have a lot of girlfriends, so I don't know why it would be different all of a sudden. It was dissected and it shouldn't have been. Hold on, I missed the first part of that, Tiana. Alandria's comment that Dwight references how their relationship is healing the world. Yeah, I think maybe I'm tripping. Was she explicitly, y'all tell me, was she explicitly talking about them being like a white man and a black woman? Dwight is a creator on here. I didn't remember her saying that either. So I was like, am I tripping? Am I tripping? I was like, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I forgot something. So I went back and watched it again and I was like, yeah, I still didn't hear that. I think that people want to believe it was that because they want to have whatever opinions they have about them being a black and a white couple. I don't know who Corey is. Okay, I'm looking at the time, 8:16. Okay. She meant, to me, I perceived it as her saying people being able to watch her her being loved in the way that she's being loved, so intentionally, so softly, so on purpose, with so much compassion, with so much care, even when he had nothing to gain, because his love has not only existed within the context of the romantic relationship for them. He has loved her as a human for a while. And it has bred fierce loyalty to her, care for her, concern for her, and that is what is healing. It's us being able to see, y'all about to be mad, but it's okay. Us being able to see that we don't have to have lemonade love stories. Okay, I'm gonna stop messing with y'all. But that we don't have to have struggle toward our love, that like we actually can just experience the beauty of love. I'm just I'm gonna stop messing with y'all. She was only speaking to not having struggle love. That's how I took it. Okay, Ivy, you said you think that she was you think she was referring to colorism. The main topic wasn't Nick being white, but her being a dark-skinned black woman. And I still feel like that's such a valid thing for her to say. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, I talk about it, right? It's like, as a light-skinned black woman, I know I have literally heard people say that they like want to marry a light-skinned person with good hair so that they can have a certain looking type of child. I've heard that. And so to me, that's still so valid for her to say, look, a dark-skinned black woman can be loved in a way that is so beautiful, and that is healing for people to see. Like, I want people to be fucking honest. I want people to be fucking honest, right? And be honest, like, listen. Now y'all about to get me on a soapbox, god damn it. The woman that was on here talking about how she doesn't do coffee dates, and people were mad as fuck because how dare she, a darker skinned, fatter woman, say she wouldn't go on a coffee date? Who do you think you are? It is absolutely healing for people to see people that look like them, that are not the preference in larger culture, be loved and cared for in the way that Andrea is. Like, why is this hard? Why is this hard to understand? And just because you can't fucking relate doesn't mean you get to dismiss people's experiences and why that would be healing. I don't understand why it's hard to make room for people. I don't understand why that's so challenging. It's giving when because I think most of my viewers are black, and I know Dwight is a black man, right? And I'm not even like shitting on Dwight about his take. I don't love it, but I just kind of scrolled past it. I was like, I don't buy with this take. It's not how I experienced it. Whatever. You know what I mean? It didn't like make me angry per se. I just ignore people when I don't agree with what they think personally. But anywho, it's like when people say, well, why would see, that's so weird to say that seeing black people on TV or seeing black people doing this or seeing that would be healing. Like, why can you understand it in that context, but you can't understand it in this one? And this is why I've said to y'all before, maybe I've only said it to subscribers before. I don't know. The videos be running together, y'all. The videos be running together. But it's like, if it's a black man, sometimes their manhood is going to show up more than their blackness. Because I think he would have totally got it if it was a black couple and they were talking about how their love is healing, or their relationship. They didn't say love. Their relationship and her being treated the way she is healing. Like, I think he would have grasped, he would have gotten that. But for some reason, it's like a disconnect. And it's like, maybe he truly did misunderstand. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he truly misunderstood. But I don't. And people do hear what they want to hear. I don't know how you misunderstood it. Oh, he said he found love on Love Island. Listen. Exactly. If Nick was a black man, they would get it. He said he did. Ooh. And that's what it is, right? And so this happened. Somebody said he probably got triggered because she mentioned Nick being fair-skinned. And the thing is, and we're at our 13 minutes, but I'll keep talking about it if you want me to, right? That people will hear something and then everything else turns off after that. Because they get stuck on whatever that thing was. And then what starts happening is a bunch of presumption, and now I'm filling in the spaces with what I think that you meant. Because now I'm in a triggered space. I'm not up here no more. I'm down here. You feel me? So, yeah, I think, this might be a moment. And, I feel like I've seen Dwight have an ability to maybe take a step back when he needs to. So, like, maybe he will. Maybe he'll listen to the feedback and he'll say, I'm recognizing that this was not the conversation I thought it was. Here's my correction, and I'm going to step back. Val, how come these same men don't have the same energy when the man is black and the woman is non-black? Val, you know the answer, girl. You know the answer, girl. Dwight will watch a whole... So he actually did, Joyo Boy. He said that he watched the whole interview, and that's still what he took from it. Oh, yeah, Steel Museum. I hated his take on the Ace interview as well. Oh, he already doubled down? Well. You're welcome, Ray. Thank you for being here. I hated his take on the interview with Ace and Speedy as well. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray. It was giving corny, in my opinion. I didn't like it. His take on Ace was basically, Kay, that he thinks that Ace said that Ace stood on business. And that's what it is, Amina. Sticking with his maleness. Again, I tell you all, if it's I'm gonna choose being black or being a man, they're gonna be a man. He basically said he thinks that Ace stood on business and he said what everybody wanted to say, but didn't have the courage to. And to me, for you to have a take like that, like, you just have to be very short-sighted. So I will say that, like, Ilea, if you all don't follow her content, you should. I will, like, repost it. She has a video about this, like, as a former reality TV producer. And she basically talks about how, like, Ace is, she doesn't say this. This is my word, okay? But she basically says Ace is lying. Her name is Ilea, Ilia. I'm not sure what her handle is, but I will like repost a video with her at or something, so that y'all can find her easily. So just go to my repost when we get off of live. But basically, she just says, like, listen, there are, like, legal departments when prize money is involved, where there are certain things that cannot happen. We can suggest. Amina, thank you. Yes, thank you. Amina's gonna drop it in and we'll probably pin it for y'all. Like, they can suggest things, but to say outright that you have to do something when prize money is involved, no. And we've already heard from other Islanders. Exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. Other ex-Islanders have already told us they try to influence you, but ultimately you do still have free will, because, again, they didn't want Miguel and Leah together, and guess who is together? So the fact that they really want to get behind Ace is shocking to me, because there's so much evidence to suggest that he's not telling the whole truth. So for Dwight to have that take is just like, I feel like you're just making a choice to have that take rather than it being, like, informed by a bunch of, like, data that supports it. You know what I mean? Do I think that Alan has blackballed himself? No, I don't think he has blackballed. Hi, P. I don't think that he has blackballed himself. I think that Dwight was not necessarily. Brianna, we're talking about Dwight explicitly in his response. I don't think that Alan has been blackballed. I do think that Alan will be regulated and, like, contained within only certain arenas because of what he's done, though. Exactly, Dream Girl, but he still has a strong black fan base. And so I think that he's going to, if you want to do it, Miriam, you can, and I will talk for 10 minutes about whatever you want me to talk about. I think that he is going to be relegated to certain spaces only. Yes, I think he has pigeonholed himself. He's typecast himself at this point. Maybe it is. Maybe that's what he wants, is to only be in those spaces. Y'all are funny with Tyler Perry. But I do think he'll struggle to break mainstream, to somebody else's point in here. Thank you, Miriam. Okay, Miriam, what do you want me to talk about for 10 minutes, my friend? And then I'm going to open the panel. Do I think it will cause an issue for Michelle? I think it already is. Gigi has mentioned this before. That, you know, our friend Michelle and Alan have already been, like, very much in, like, and not that there's anything wrong with this, right? But, like, the urban scene of things. And so I think it's going to also potentially limit some of Michelle's opportunities as well. I think it already is damaging her in some ways, because she is attached to a man that people do not care for at this point. Y'all, that at that is pinned is Ilea's at, y'all. Oh, K Boogie, I have a theory on that. Miriam, please tell me what you want me to talk about, and I will talk about it for 10 minutes. Why does he enjoy black women struggling so much? So back in the day, when I was watching Love is Blind with AD and Clay, I talked about this in relationship to Clay and how sometimes parents think that they're doing one thing when it's really doing another. And so if he watched, and I don't know anything about this man, I am speculating, right, based on things that he has said, about his mom and her dating experience, etc., right? I think if he saw struggle romantically and that women have to work to be deserving of love, then subconsciously he's going to then live that out. Okay, Miriam, hold on. Let me see what you said. Will Nick and Alandria courtship impact how we date or approach relationships? That's a fantastic question. Yeah, Seventh Letter, I've heard the same, that he used to have like panels of men that would then have a woman come up and they would judge her. Ew. Okay. Do I think that Nick and Alandria's courtship will change the way that we do dating? I think for everyone that wants to, yes. For everyone that wants to, yes. And I keep asking people, user, to tag me in it because I haven't seen it. For everyone that wants to, yes. I will say that I have had reports from young people. Oh, it was about Tyler Perry. Well, shit. That still applies. No, I'm just kidding. User had said something about some great stuff with Alan that has been I don't really know, and so I've asked people to like tag me in it so that I can see it myself. Okay, for people that want to, I believe yes. I think that people that are willing to believe that you can have ease in your romantic relationship, it will happen, right? I will say, I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. I will say that I do think that even when people are maybe experiencing a more beautiful, easy, romantic relationship, if the world has access to that, it may not always be like real in this, you know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about like how we watch certain content creators where their content is centered around their marriage or their relationship. And then what we find out later is that it wasn't that. But I think that Nick and Alandria are different than that in some ways, right? But I will say that they're not the first couple that we've seen have a really beautiful, look at Sierra and Russell. Look at, to Peace Point, Jada and Will. People get angry and they want to find things to be mad about with those couples. Even if it's working and it's beautiful for them, they need to find something to pick apart, which is what we're seeing with Nick and Alandria, right? See, I don't know anything about Cameron and Lauren, but I believe you, right? Do you make coffee? Thank y'all for getting whoever is being weird in comments. And so it's like, I feel like people, if they want to receive it, then they will. And Mercedes, that's the point. Okay, Boogie, be quiet. Right? Maxine, I'm not nice. So please don't play in these comments like you think that I am. Ease is real, to Mercedes' point. Ease is real. There is a such thing as having an easy, good morning, or good evening, Whitney. There is a such thing as having an easy relationship. And if people are willing to receive that and believe that, then yes. But I think that there is always going to be a subsect of people that don't want to. You feel me? There's always going to be a group of people that just don't want, they cannot let that be true because that has not been their experience. And so they will find ways to pick at. Come on and say that. Y'all about to really make me be in here on some shit. We deserve ease, but is your nervous system wired for hard? Listen. I'm going to just tell y'all this last thought, and then I'm going to open up 5 more minutes for Miriam around this, y'all, and then I'm going to open up the panel. What a lot of people don't realize is when it becomes easy, that's when the hard shit might show up. And I don't mean hard shit between you and your partner. What I mean is when your nervous system finally has an opportunity to say, hold on, I'm safe. That's when it's like, ooh, there's that thing. I didn't even know that was there because I had not been safe enough to let myself feel that thing. And when all of your experience in your romance has been hard and challenging and difficult and struggle, your nervous system doesn't have time to open up for the shit that it needs to heal around. So when it gets easy and it's soft and it's compassionate and it's safe and it's loving, you now open up a space for your shit to really be able to come out. But because that relationship is safe, because that relationship has love, it has compassion, it has care, your partner is in it with you rather than against you. So my hope is like, yeah, it will change some things. As a marriage and family therapist, of course I want that. Of course I want that for people. And I will say, Whitney, that's a great question. I will say that I have had young people. My kids' friends sometimes are in my lives or they watch my videos and they're like, oh my God, your mom has like opened up my eyes or like changed so much about what I thought. And I love that for them because they deserve that, right? But the reality is, as much as like I think Nick and Alandria are this beautiful example of something, right? For people to look to like, wow, I could have softness. I could have somebody that likes me as a human and likes me as a romantic. Like that can exist all in the same space at the same time. It's really going to come from the people in their community. What are we normalizing? What are we making okay? What artists do we listen to? What TV shows do we watch? Are we having the conversations? I started telling my kids at a pretty young age. My daughter had some little boy that kept like putting his hands on her. And then I think one day she came home talking about something about him liking her. And I was like, boys that like us don't talk to us like that. You know, he needs to talk to you nicely. And I started like, I'm like, you see how your dad acts with me, right? And so, but you have to be having those conversations with the young people so that their standards can be changed so that when they're 15, 16, 17, and they're in romantic relationships, they're able to say, oh, I know that that's not what love actually looks like. I'm not confused. So Nick and Alandria, beautiful. But what are the people in their community teaching them and telling them? What are we modeling? What are we demonstrating? And that was like, not my critique, but my observation around Clay is whether his mother and his father knew it or not, in some ways, them staying together while Clay was riding with his daddy to go cheat on his mama normalized women should have to struggle for love. They should have to endure in order to experience love. Sometimes the best thing you can do is break up. So again, yes, I do think that they have the potential to do that. And what are we teaching in community? What are we showing in community? I love you too, Keisha. You're welcome, Miriam. Exactly, Lady Wash. What is our norm? What have we said is normal? And listen, I'm not here to judge y'all at all, okay? At all. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I was
laughing. That was my guilty conscience, y'all. Okay, I'm not here to judge at all. But like, I've had to be called out by my kids about some shit too. Thank you for tapping. My kids have had to call me out of, why do you listen to so-and-so when they act like that with women? Or why do you, and I have to be like, you know what? You're right. I was judging a little bit, Camilla, but because I be judging myself too. You feel me? Keeps me accountable. You about to go get the babies?
I'm about to go get the kids. Can I have the kids?
Yeah. Love you. I'm getting sued, Whoopi. Shush, y'all. Shush. So it's like, you know, you got to be accountable for what you ingest and what you can't. Your words and your deeds have to match. You feel me? Period. Shaban, I wish I was around people like Tina 30 to 35 years ago. I tell young people, you have to love yourself first. Listen, before I was on this platform, y'all, okay, I'm about to open up the panel. Before I was on this platform ages ago, I had a persona called CX Limit, which is my handle on here, right? And one of the things I used to talk about all the time is like, the first relationship you're ever in is with your own fucking self. So my relationship needs to be good with me as well, because that's what's going to help me to have my boundaries, my standards, right? If I'm good with me, then I know that I'm good at the end of the day, period. I cannot be with somebody else looking to be made okay. And that don't mean that you got to be perfect before you get into a relationship. Don't misunderstand me, right? But like y'all keep saying, I got to love me enough where I know when love is not, I know what it looks like when love is no longer being served at the table, and I can get the fuck up. Ooh, Whitney. I may have to do a live about that. Send me a DM. And Shaban, that's the thing. It is a lifelong journey. There will always be things that you uncover. You know what I mean? But Whitney, please inbox me for real, y'all. Listen, because I could do a whole live around that. I could do a whole live around that. Okay. Miriam, did that feel like it answered your question? Okay, Shaban, I got you, boo. Period, Joy, oh boy. Romanticize your life. Listen, we deserve it. MTia, we spend a lot of time teaching girls how to be wives and not a lot of time teaching boys how to be husbands. Let your son hold that doll so that he knows he should actually be an active father. My sister made a video the other day that was like, when women have children, they become moms and men become people with kids. Because a lot doesn't change for most men, right? Like, obviously, there are exceptions to the rules, right? But statistically, women do steal so much of the labor. I used to go to the nail shop and people would be like, where are your kids? And I'm like, with their father. Like, why would they be with me? I'm at the nail shop. Why would they be with me right now? Like, oh, that's so nice of him to watch them for you. I'm like, he's their dad. The fuck? And P, that's something that listen, any woman that ends up with one of mine, you are welcome in advance because I know that I'm doing the work. I know that I'm doing the work, as is my husband. You know what I mean? But like my son looks forward to, now my oldest son, he don't like to be bothered with people at all. But my youngest son, my youngest son is like, yeah, you know, my partner and my kids, and you know, like he's clear that, you know, that he would be a parent. You know what I mean? Okay. Panelists, what are we talking about before I open up the panel? You know what's so funny is I love that, right? Brandy, Lady Wash, my sons have already talked about what their marriages will look like, as they should, you know, like they should be taught to imagine if you want to be married, like why should you not also be preparing yourself to be someone's husband? You know, like you should be learning how to do that too. Okay. Coffee date and the husband that packed the dog food. Oh, I'm so glad, Kia. Thank you, KLWG. I'm so glad you found me too. I will say that my youngest daughter told us from a young age that she's gonna be a cat lady. She said, I ain't got time. I ain't got time for that shit. And I love that for her. She's like, I'm just gonna retire and have a cat, you know, be a cat lady. I was like, what was funny is that at the time, she didn't think she would have to have a job to retire from. She was just going to retire. I was like, okay. Okay, girl. You got to work to retire. Why men are so... Okay. So, dog food, coffee date. And then, why men are so mad. All men? What perspective why are men mad at Nicolandria? We have a lot to get through. Okay, black men. Okay, yeah, see, I feel like I don't know enough about it, Mercedes. I keep asking people to tag me in it. But I mean, we can talk about that manosphere topic in general because we might attract them in here, y'all. So y'all gonna have to be in y'all P's and Q's. I got mods in here to get rid of them. I have seen the movie Adolescent on Netflix. I think Mia, like, definitely, and I don't even know that I don't know if I think Dwight is mad at Nicolandria. Cha-Cha, exactly. Thank you, Brandy. Okay. Because we might, if we start talking about the manosphere, y'all know they're going to come up in here. It's actually not that bad, Mercedes. It's not that bad. As far as Adolescent, in my opinion, I've seen wilder things. I mean, Whitney, I think access to the internet and manosphere. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but I have a video that stitches PBS NewsHour on here. PBS NewsHour has a whole video about a family that talks about their son that went down the manosphere like pipeline when he was a teenager during COVID. And he talks about how his brother is the one that heard him saying the things that were like, that's alarming, and like sat him down for a conversation and realized the content that he was ingesting. And I asked my youngest son about it. Or like I sent him the video, actually. And my youngest son, when COVID was like a thing, would have been like, that was 2019. So he would have been like 8-ish. And he was like, yeah, like when I would be on social media, I would see that stuff too. He said, but I would always scroll past it because I was like, my parents raised me better than this. Like, this does not resonate for me. I know that this is like, this doesn't apply to me. So it's feeding it to kids at a very, and y'all can judge me about him being on social media at 8. That's okay. But like, it's feeding it to kids very early. It doesn't matter. And it's like, it comes in. And if your kids don't feel like they have healthy identities, they can be very susceptible to that stuff. So doesn't shock me with Alan being with Alan being like a COVID high schooler, that he might have like had access, like that might have been being funneled to him, if you know what I mean. Okay. My panel's coming up. My panel's coming up. Hey, hey. Hello, Adelaide. It is a PBS NewsHour video. So if you go to, like, I follow PBS News on social media because I'm a nerd. But if you go follow PBS, they have a video about it. I am Cara. Me dancing is so funny. It should be, right, Brandy? It's like, we all need to be, if you have it, y'all, if you have it, contributing to your local PBS, y'all, whatever your PBS is, just do a monthly recurring like donation if you can, if you have it, right? Because it's really like, I was a PBS kid. It made a difference in my life. Look at me doing a commercial for fucking PBS in here. It made a difference in my life. I still fucking watch Arthur if I feel like it on a good, on a day. I might. And they have great news, and they will go live on here like almost every day. And they will like stream like things happening in the world. So y'all, if you can, support your local PBS. Okay. Hello, my friends. Hello, my panel.
Hello.
No, they have not gotten rid of PBS Kids. I still have it as an app on my TV. Yes.
Me too.
I will say
I grew up on PBS Kids.
Yeah, and I was going to say PBS actually made a video about that because they know that people are saying that they have been defunded. But they want you to know that that is not true. They have lost some federal funding, but they're not gone. And this is why it's important to donate to your local PBS if you can. The Booba Boop. Hello. Okay, panel, we're gonna go from the bottom up. And you can talk about, I don't know if you know about Coffee Date Girl or dog food. You have a lot of space. I love Dragon Tales. Oh my God. Dragon Tales, Ghost Rider. Sorry, y'all. Dragon Tales, Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider's my shit. Arthur, duh. Sesame Street, duh. Elmo. What else? What else did I used to watch on PBS? Obviously, Reading Rainbow.
Maya and Miguel.
Maya and
Miguel.
Okay, y'all, I would watch Cyber Chase, but I was not as much of a fan. Wait, Ghost Rider. It was when the kids would like have a little pen and they would write and then it would like magically appear. It was a shit. It was a bomb. That's my shit. Wait. Oh,
this wasn't my generation, but my son loved it. The Little Einsteins.
Okay.
Into the skies, Little Einsteins. I love them. Oh, what's the other good one? But it was on Cartoon Network. I really like them. I know the theme song and everything. It's the one with the animals, barnyard animals. What's their names again?
Shit. I know what you're talking about.
Ooh, Magic School Bus. That's a really good one.
I still watch Magic School Bus.
Oh yeah, that's it. Wonder Pets. We're on our way. Thank you. Angelia. Oh, Oh my God, yes, it's both. I'm thinking about both of them actually. It's Backyardigans and the Wonder Pets. Yes.
Okay, okay,
Oh my
okay.
God, I do love Sid the Science Kid. My son loves that too. I am a science major, so I love science.
Y'all are so cute. I love it. I still listen. Magic School Bus has some seasons on Netflix, y'all. Okay. All right, Nikki, will you please go first? Y'all, I'm gonna step away just to use the bathroom, but I trust you all to manage yourself.
Tina, can you skip me? I have to do something real quick.
You got it, boo. I will come back to you. Okay, Tata, you are first, my friend. They have just a few of them, user, just a few of the school bus, I mean Magic School Bus on there. Just a couple of seasons, not all of them. Miss Frizzle is that girl, okay? Okay, wait, maybe Tata's not here. Okay, do you know about, is it Bill Nye the Science? No, is it Bill Nye? Which one of the science guys is the weirdo, y'all? There was a science guy that was, which one is it?
I think it's Bill Nye. He was kind of weird. Educational, but weird.
Well, there was a guy that apparently, I can't remember who it is, so I'm not going to say it. Is it Bill? I don't know, y'all. I know it was a science guy. He might be astronomy though, or like I don't know. But he was the guy that he was apparently he like raped some y'all. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. It's in my
And
post, but I can't remember.
definitely not Bill
It's
Nye.
Neil deGrasse. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bill Nye is safe. Okay, I think that that's not here right now, so we are going to do Anne, will you please share your thoughts?
2 seconds. I'm gonna run to a different room.
Okay. I'll wait to start your time until you're there.
Okay, so in the meantime, what did he do? What was the allegation?
I'm
I'm
not going to
confused.
remember it exactly, but it has to do with him doing something like harassing a woman in some way. I will go find the video again and repost it. But okay, so you know more specifically, Shay, and then like stole her like data or something. Tell Shay, will you tell us? Do you know explicitly? Because I will just reshare the content. But I read it and I was like, oh my goodness. And then, but now I don't remember. It's too much to keep up with, y'all.
Okay.
Overseas in here. Okay. All right, Anne, please share your thoughts. I'm going to put your timer on.
First, I wanted to talk about the coffee date girl. I thought like it was all over my FYP. Like, do people not know consent? She's allowed to say no. What was alarming to me, Tina, and the panel is that there were a lot of pick-me's that were like, "You should be lucky you got a date," because I guess homegirl was, she was curvier. Coffee date girl. She was curvier, and they're like, they make it seem like because she was a heavier set woman that she doesn't have options. She said no, and then took herself out somewhere to eat and had some soup and a sandwich or something like that's up to her discretion. Like, some women think that coffee dates are low effort. It really does depend because there are like, I guess, fancy coffee shops. Needless to say, I gave up coffee 3 years ago, so I only drink tea anyway, so it doesn't even matter. What's the backstory? Sorry, I don't know the details. So the backstory is this black woman. She's this plus size black woman. She was asked on a coffee date by a man and she declined, and the internet was in an uproar about it. And the next thing that I wanted to discuss was the man that packed his wife dog food. If he had packed her like an actual lunch and not 2 day old Chipotle, then I'd be like, all right, he's joking. But, because it's like, dog food, you're my dog. I mean, that's not the worst if he did pack her an actual lunch and that's how they joke around. Because every couple has their own, sense of humor. But it's given he just doesn't like her, like, as a human being. A picnic, no hike. So the first time. Yes, dog food. And then he had the audacity to say, on the note, like, hey, bring back the kibble because the dogs are running low on food at home. Like, boy, are you okay?
Did he say that?
What did you say, Tina?
I said, did he say that for real? Because I thought that he put "because you're my dog" DAWG.
No, he did say because you're my dog, but some I heard another part of it is that he said, by the way, bring the dog food back because we're running low. Like there was another
Have y'all
part to the
seen what this
no.
husband looks like? I just want to say,
I haven't seen what the he
there's
looks
a
like,
lot of audacity.
but but Tina, what I can say is a lot of these men that do what they do are usually not that good looking. Did you see the guy from the Trendell or whatever place? He was from the UK. He was a ginger and he was very angry. It was very misogynoir. Did you guys happen to see that one? And he was talking about this is why I don't date black women. You all listen to me. It was like he was
Yes, I
commanding
saw
the
that.
room,
I
like,
saw that.
and then he goes, you don't know how to stay in your place. And the other woman goes, what place? And then he goes, where's your hair? I said, ooh, don't get sassy. Yes, the black gender. Don't get sassy, sir. Why are you worried about what I'm wearing in my hair? Let me bring my beautiful Indian here with her natural hair. I said, sir, why you mad? You talking all that crap, your teeth not even clean. Why? This lady read him down online, was talking about, not this lady. I follow Dominique Morgan. I
I
love
love
her
Dominique.
down. And Dominique is like, why your freckles look gray? And it's looking like you need some dental help.
Man,
Dominique
in
knows how to
prison for
read.
11 years before. Just take that into consideration. He was in prison before.
Yes, and I bet you he was doing the bending. Okay, I'm done.
For like 20 years or
I,
something.
I
Wasn't he in there for a long time?
11 years.
I think I
I
heard you
heard,
never.
yeah, they keep saying in the comments he was 11 years and he was in there doing the bending, and so now he's out here trying to control women. Allegedly, y'all. Allegedly, cause he's really giving bottom bitch.
He's not even though. Not really.
Okay.
He's giving like
No, because it be the ones that try to be controlling the most that like to get dominated. I'm telling.
he should if he does
Anyway,
like he should do that. You're right. Yeah.
I did watch all of Orange is the New Black, and people be doing anything when it comes to when they're in there and they need to satisfy their sexual desires. They may be gay for the stay. I don't know. I'm not judging you, homie, but you need to go to therapy. Also, last thing I want to say, Tina, do you think men that are angry at women like that, is it giving mommy issues? And I hate to say that.
Yeah, I think it's giving like mom and dad. I mean, it's giving.
It could be both.
I think men that are angry at women like that just don't feel. I mean, obviously there's no catch-all, right? It's always gonna be something, right? And it's gonna differ from
Hmm.
person. But to me, that's always just a person that doesn't feel secure in their identity. Because why do you feel so much
Thank you,
angst?
Kia. He's not a catch. Like, why y'all? I'm gonna tell you why. Why y'all ninjas be so bold and you not even cute? Stop the cap, sir. Go see a dentist and get you a tongue scraper, cause straight up nat.
Tiana, what do you mean?
Dominique, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
Therapy?
rewatch the video because Dominique reads down like, "Sir, go get a tongue scraper. Go see your dentist immediately because it's just nasty, and it's not even like his dental, but it's the stuff that's coming from his soul. Please see a therapist immediately. And like men like to say, who hurt you? That's all.
No, yeah, he clearly is hurt by somebody. Okay, Tiana, great question. I'm actually not taking any clients on right now, but I have been strongly considering like, and it's just a thought in my brain. It has not come to fruition in any other way outside of me thinking it. But I am strongly considering making some sort of like peer support space that's not like inherently therapeutic, so that my community that is like very like around the world can have like the space to come together. So I'm thinking about how to make that happen in real time. I will keep y'all updated, but I'm only licensed in Texas and Colorado anyway. But I will keep you updated. And I will say that right now, the second tier of my subscription does have a Discord channel that does include like okay, DM me. That does include like how to exactly call me Kate. That does include like a ask your homegirl therapist sort of thing, right? Where it's not like therapy, but you can like ask your friend that's a therapist. Like, what would I say? You know? Okay, let me real quick. I'm gonna give a shout out to all my subs that are in here real quick. Nakisha, who just subscribed today, thank you. Courtney, Mia, Shay with the Jokes, Kingpin Publishing. I started looking at some of your content, Kingpin. Chantel, Renice, Still Museum, Sparkle, Mish, Nurse Brain. Cool Chick. I feel like that's Cool Chick's Library. Book Talk. And Twerk for Dimes. It doesn't show me everybody, and I know that it's more of y'all in here because it told me it's 41 of y'all. And all the rest of it's not showing me. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for being in this space with me. I really appreciate that y'all care enough about what I have to say and value enough what I have to say to choose to subscribe to me. Kimberly, I hate that it does that. I don't know why it does that. Like, it used to always show me everybody, and now it'd be like, it's 41 people in here, but we're only going to show you 5 of them. Like, so thank you so much for choosing to be in this space with me. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for valuing what I have to say. I truly appreciate y'all. There are big things to come attached to my conversation with Ilea, and I'm just very, very excited for it. I love y'all down too. What's up, Gigi? Wait a minute for what? What's up? Hi, P, you're back. You're selfish as fuck. You're funny. I appreciate y'all truly so much. You have literally no idea how much, like I say all the time, I stumbled into this, and I just appreciate that y'all are rocking with me. Thank you, Tiana, for subscribing. I truly appreciate y'all for rocking with me. Like, you have no idea. Like, very unexpected and very, very grateful. Okay. You're so funny. I will not get too busy to talk to y'all over here, Siobhan. I promise. I'm going to do my best to keep a balance. I'm going to do my best. Okay. Anika, will you please give us your thoughts? I love it with y'all over here too.
Yes. Okay, so, continuing on what Anne said with that ginger guy, I tend to now look at these things as, what is your real motivation behind trying to get a rise out of me? Because I think when I looked at the video, especially when I didn't even focus much on what he said, I looked at the woman's reactions. There was one who was just like laughing and eating. And then he more or less started to say things to bait them into the argument so that he could then try to insult them about the fact that they're not, they don't have their natural hair, they're wearing wigs. And then the men sitting down with him on his side are like geeping and laughing. And I look at these things now and I'm thinking, okay, so you're doing these things for what? To get a rise out of somebody? To hurt them because somehow you're hurt? What is the motive? Because sometimes these things just don't disturb me. They used to disturb me in the beginning until I was like, no, this is all too commonplace. I don't think I'm going to give anybody my energy in that way. I'm going to try to figure out what is motivating the behavior rather than get mad at the fact that they're saying what they're saying. And a lot of it, I've come to the conclusion, is that there is self-hate, and they're just projecting the fact that they hate themselves onto the closest person or closest thing they could identify with, which is a black woman. Mm-hmm. So they hate themselves, so they hate black women because at least I would think, he came from a black woman at least, or a black father, because I mean in the UK it's different. But when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah. I think it's time that women ignore these men and don't give them the traction that they are obviously looking for. That's just me. That's just my take on it. As for the dog food issue, yeah, I wasn't taken. That was no joke to me, and I would be watching that person, as we say in Trinidad. I would be watching that person cookie-eyed, meaning cross-eyed. I'd kind of like, yeah, something is not right there, and I don't want. I would start planning. I would start a long-term plan for divorce, honestly, because I could only see it getting from bad to worse. So I wouldn't jump and be mad, but I would start planning. I would start doing a plan B for eventually leaving that because it could only go downhill from there. So yeah, that's my take on everything.
Yeah. I agree, y'all, with that, like, especially Anika, to your point around like not giving them the satisfaction of doing the back and forth with them. Again, like, y'all, I'm not joking when I say there are men that will pay you to do that. Do not give that to a man for free. The fuck? No. You don't deserve that level of energy from me. Ignore them motherfuckers, block them, and keep it moving because they are literally doing it simply to farm an emotional response out of you because if they cannot get emotional labor in some other way, they're going to get it that way. Fuck that. We're not doing that. No. Okay, P, please share your thoughts.
About like the ginger guy snapping on those black women. Yeah, I feel like I agree with everyone on the panel in the sense. It's so clear that it's self hate. So clear. That man is a black ginger in the UK. Hate from both sides. It is really frustrating seeing like those kind of things, but it's just kind of like his self like pain is so apparent that it's embarrassing. I'm not even angry at the guy. I'm just embarrassed for him. Like, dog, you are a felon who was in jail for 14 years for assaulting people with a rifle and like a hand grenade. Like, you know what I mean? Who the fuck are you to be demanding that black women should show their natural hair? You know what I mean? Out of people can really never make like proper character assessments about black women besides, oh, we're too strong, we're too masculine. Okay, so we get shit done. We're too angry. Okay, we rightfully get irritated by shit that's fucked up. You know what I mean? We don't look like white women. Of course we don't, because we're not them. The fuck? Like, you know what I mean? We're not submissive. Yeah, because you don't deserve it. You know what I mean? And it's as I've grown up, I'm 22 now. I can just see it's so weird. People, especially men, don't realize when you speak, you're giving people a map about yourself. You know what I mean? And if someone is a good reader, they can tell with like what, maybe like 75, 80, maybe even 60 if it's an off day, accuracy or whatever the fuck is bothering you at that moment. You know what I mean? And to me, that guy was basically saying either black women never gave me a chance or I have complex trauma surrounding my blackness. And I can't really take it out on the boys because they're my boys. I'm supposed to be equal with them or whatever, right? Or I do so in different ways. But since you guys are women, you guys are more vulnerable. So I can be, I won't be punished for trying to not necessarily uplift himself, but like, men, a lot of them derive power from putting women down. That's the only way they can do it, especially when they're marginalized, right? So to me, that's what I read. And just kind of like what Anika said, like, you cannot even be bothered or get riled up anymore because that's almost what they want. I said like in the comments that like a lot of men derive enjoyment from seeing women, especially black women, riled up because they can't receive affection anymore. And about like the red pill conversation, I think I've had this like not necessarily like a theory but a thought that like I've noticed that like when watching documentaries and whatnot, I was really big into like decades documentaries, so like the 80s that made us that fuck ass like propagandists, like what was it made by CBS or whatever, but as a kid I just really like learning about like the past. But anyway, about like I noticed that like, oh, it seems like by every decade women seem to be changing in the sense like they're demanding more, they're wanting more, or the roles in society is changing somewhat even throughout like the centuries if we're looking through like a European lens, because that's most of the history that we're taught, right? But I've noticed that like the messages taught to men have damn near stayed the same, and it's up to the society to like be able to hold to keep those promises they make to men, and whereas women have to, if not have to, I don't think we quote unquote have to change. We have the desire to, in the sense, for survival. You know what I mean? And right now, to me, I feel like men lashing out against women, this whole red pill bullshit, the great male loneliness epidemic, it's men having to deal with the consequences of capitalism. But because they don't want to, come to terms with the fact that they can be victims of a system that they're supposed to, like, be the main profiteers of, right? Especially since a lot of men don't have class consciousness. To me, a lot of men's problems is class related. You know what I mean? And it's not like, oh, you have to be of a certain class to be considering therapy, but like, therapy is more accessible if you're up in higher classes. You know what I mean? Especially when you're not raised to be thinking about your emotional well-being, in a sense, right? So those who of lower class, they're less likely to approach mental health services, in a sense, and thus will be led down pipelines to lash out violently and be dysregulated, and are more easily funneled into the prison, to the school to prison pipeline. You know what I mean? Also, like, they are the first line of defense when it comes, not even defense, offense, when it comes to the US's and Canada's, because again, I'm Canadian, so I'm always going to include Canada, like, imperialist agenda. You know what I mean? Like, when it's a big war being drummed up, you know what I mean? They're not gonna go over to fucking, like, Princeton or like UBC, which is a big school in Canada in the West, or like any of the big colleges, and get, like, the top earners' sons, and then send them off to the front lines. Fuck no, those guys aren't even gonna be near the commands, like, the commanding, central places, let alone be a fucking admiral. No, they're gonna get, like, the poor refugees, like, son who was a naturalized citizen and got into some bad streets because of economic pressures and emotional traumas due to literal generations of bullshit happening with their family and whatnot, right? You know what I mean? Because they want money and it makes them feel more like quote unquote American. You know what I mean? So the poor are always going to be the first sacrifice, and that's just how capitalism works. You need people to be an underclass, and right now middle class men are figuring out that they are the underclass, but they're lashing out at women because they see women who have already set the foreground for women to deeply appreciate education from their grandmothers and mothers, the grandmothers who made the first forays, the mothers who kept the, if not the tradition, then the expectation, girl, you must get an education at least. You know what I mean? Because there's that expectation of change with women. Men are seeing the change, but they haven't wrapped their head around changing, in a sense. Because capitalism is changing, it always will, as long as it can extract profit from some people. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, to P's point, y'all know that I grew up in Los Angeles, and I went to a school that you had to take a test to get into. We were a bunch of fucking nerds, okay? And most of us were either, like, the middle class doesn't exist, but y'all know what I mean, like, right? Like, a lot of people there were like upper middle class. I went to LACES, Los Angeles Center for Enriched Studies, is where I went. From like 6th grade until my 10th grade year. And then I went to Dorsey. Shut up, Kate. What year did you graduate? Sorry, y'all. We're having a moment. Go Unicorns, yes. We were so corny, y'all. Anyway, sorry. Okay. We never had military recruiters on our campus. Okay. Wait, were you probably weren't there when I was there then. Yeah, y'all, please tap the screen. Please tap the screen.
No. She was nowhere near when you was there. Just saying, was she even in school when you was there?
He's so annoying.
Like, I'm just saying.
Not you calling me old.
No, I'm just saying, though, like, you talking about, I don't know, 2011. That was,
Wait, your brother's, I was class of '04. He is putting me on Front Street, y'all. He's shady. Tiana, I went to Laces from like 6th grade until sophomore year. And then I went to Dorsey for like, don't do me, Athena. Don't do me. And then I went to Dorsey for a little period of time. My mom was a Dorsey Don. My sister was a Dorsey Don. And I went there for a period of time. I finished my high school career in Arizona. Okay. 06. Okay, I might know your brothers, Kate. You have to DM me their names. Okay, anyway, sorry y'all. But there was never a military recruiter on campus. Call me Kate can confirm that. There were not military recruiters on our campus. Actually, I don't know what happened by the time you was at school. But then when I went to Dorsey, which is like the hood school, y'all. It's a hood school. We had recruiters on that campus. But the expectation at Laces was you're supposed to be college bound. You're not supposed to like go to the military. So we didn't have people on campus recruiting us. We were supposed to be going to college. But when I went to Dorsey, there were recruiters on campus. Class issues, to P's point, right?
It's all about class. Everything, like, to me, it's so embarrassing. Like, because I can literally explain away every issue to capitalism, misogyny, ableism, white supremacy. That's it.
Jayla, and that's okay. That's okay. Hey, that's okay. Listen, we do what we have to do. And I mean, we also, like, I will also say, right, that we know that class is intrinsically attached to race in the United States as well, at least, right? That's just part of the fabric of this country, right? They are very much in relationship with each other. Okay. Athena, please give us your thoughts.
Hello, everybody. So this is going to be like a hodgepodge of things.
What?
First, about the lady with the dog food. I am sick and tired of these women coming online telling us how their husbands have dogged them out, and then when the internet agrees with them, they get up in their soapbox and defend their men. So why are you telling us? Clearly you felt away. So why are you defending him? This man put a bunch of stuff in a bag, and the only thing that was carefully packed was the dog food. That is the only thing that was handled with care in that whole bag. Like, insane. Anyways, and if it was a joke, where was the real lunch? And then why was your sister with your husband in the middle of the day while you're at work? What is going on there? Why are you not asking questions? Very bizarre. The whole situation is bizarre. That angry little leprechaun. He is... Did you guys hear his apology? Even in his apology, he was super angry. It was so bizarre. Like, it was, the man has an issue. So whoever said he went to jail for like assaulting people, it totally tracks. The man is insane. Like, and he was talking about like, I said that because I love black women in their hair. And I was like, that is not why you said that. You were trying to demean her and degrade her. Like, we're not all as dumb as you. Like, don't try to gaslight us.
Yes, the ginger, Whitney. Yes, the ginger. She's talking about Ginger J. GINGAJAY.
Yeah.
Ginger J. Okay, go ahead. Not y'all thought you were talking about Alan. Y'all silly.
No, not Alan. So Michelle, Michelle's article, like you, I also clocked that it was the first time I ever heard her use the term soul sisters. I was like, oh, very interesting. I don't know when this article was written, but I don't know if I'm buying what you're selling, Michelle. I don't know. In regards to the Taylor article, it's so funny. I had never seen that Taylor article, so I don't know why it just all of a sudden resurfaced. But what I will say is that I'm going to defend Michelle in this place where people are mad at her because they're saying that she she told Three Dreads that he looked happy with Clark, I said, you don't know when that happened. That could have been the day before he left. And at that point, Alandria was with Nick. All that whole situation was whatever, and he didn't like Alandria. So I don't doubt that he looked happier with Clark. Like, I don't see that as people were trying to say, like, then why, if he looked happier with Clark, why was she trying to encourage Alandria to keep staying with Taylor? But you don't know what the timeline of that situation was. So I think a lot of people are coming down on Michelle based on what he said, and you don't even understand the timeline, which I don't agree with. But what I will say is that Taylor's verbiage was very interesting when he said, yeah, Shelly, even Alandria's best friend said. So I was like, that was the extra salt in the wound. That is, I think the villain is Taylor. The villain is always going to be Taylor. Let's not take our foot off Taylor's neck. So that's where it belongs. So we're giving a lot of unnecessary smoke to Michelle. Like, she has a lot to answer for, but I don't think this is one of them. What else? Oh, okay. So I saw this on somebody else's TikTok, and I wanted to see what you guys thought. When Ace was talking about the producers were the ones that were pushing Taylor and Alandria together. And what I could never understand was when Alandria was saying, no, Taylor was doing these things, and they were just showing me, and they were just showing him that he was ignoring her, that he didn't feel for her. And I couldn't understand. And in my mind, I was thinking, they're just trying to embarrass Alandria, giving her a story of a Black woman who's unwanted. But somebody else said this. They said maybe if the producers were like, no, we're going to show Taylor how he really is. And maybe that edit, that's what I couldn't understand. I was like, why would they not show Taylor if he was really doing these positive things for Alandria? Why would they not show that? So now I'm thinking, no, he was stringing Alandria along, which I actually do believe, because it didn't make sense that the producers were forcing him to stay with her, because why would they bring in Jalen for Alandria if they wanted her to stay with Taylor? The only person in that dynamic who didn't have another person who wanted them was Taylor. Alandria had somebody else she could go to. So the only person who was being saved by stringing along this relationship was Taylor. It was not Alandria. So it never made sense to me when he was saying that it was the producers. So I'm thinking now that really the producers refused to give him the good edit that he was trying to force on us because they didn't want to play her. Which makes more sense to me because I could never understand what was going on. So that was a theory that I saw somebody else post on their channel. So I just wanted to know what you guys thought about that.
Okay, so I've said something to that effect before, Athena, that my thought was that I wouldn't have been surprised if production was like, yeah, we know what he's doing with her, but we're also seeing all these other moments with him that make it clear to us that he's not as in it as she thinks he is. And so we want the audience to see him for who he is, so that when this ultimately ends, they will know why. They won't be shocked by it. They won't be saying, oh no, girl, get your man. Like I could believe that because they see the confessionals, they see the conversation with Ace. Even though Alandria is not seeing that, they do. And they know that. So they know that she's not getting the whole story. So it would not shock me. It wouldn't have shocked me if that was why we were getting that edit. The other thing, to Nurse Brain's point, and I love Alandria down. You are so funny. Gigi, he was in here earlier being a mess. He was acting the fuck up in here. The other thing, to Nurse Brain's point about Alandria saying like how he was doing things for her, right? I love her down. I want her to watch the show and to really listen to what she's saying. I want her to understand, I hear you, and you keep telling us he was doing it for everybody. You keep telling us that's how he was with everyone. Yeah. He was not doing this because he was so into you. He was doing this because he was performing. And I've talked about this a little bit before. He was performing for the men in that villa. It was about trying to put on, right, about who he was as a man, more than it was about romantic interest in her, which is why and I know that she says she's going to watch it at some point. She wants to, but I can, every time I hear her in an interview, I can tell that all she's watched is the edits, because she uses a lot of the language that we say and that we've seen in the edits, right? And I need her to And I know that she's partially like wanting to defend herself more than it's about defending Taylor. But they also did very directly say they feel bad for Taylor for like some of the flack that he's getting because they know who he was in the villa. So I need her to watch it so that she can understand that's who he pretended to be for you in the villa.
That's why I as much as all the stuff that happened last week was terrible, I thank God that Taylor went on that live so that that whole facade of friendship that they had with Taylor could be broken. Because to me, that was the friendship that needed to end more than anything. That whole fake crap they had going on with Taylor where they felt like they had to defend him. No, that needed to end. And I'm so glad that that happened. And now they could probably just like really see him for who he really is. And hopefully now that that has happened, when she watches it, she'll be able to like really realize like he was pretending the whole time.
Yeah.
Even if he had any kind of respect or care for her, like you said, we could have just been friends and we could have just been like navigated this as a friendship couple. But he had no respect for her, was playing in her face, and he really did string her along. I just get so frustrated when I think about it. So hopefully, now that that illusion has been shattered, they can, when she watches it, she'll be able to like clearly see what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this because I see y'all's comments, right? I don't even know that I think she was trying to be his friend so much as I think that I think that she was trying to defend herself. She doesn't want the viewers thinking she's delusional, right? Like she said that over and over again. It's not that that I was just desperate or I'm thirsty. She really wants to defend herself, and I get that. I get that 100%. She also doesn't owe us any more explanation because she knows what her experience was. That said, I do want her to know that it was never real, that it was fake. And so even if not watching back the show, hopefully now that they've seen how he's moving post Villa with his response to this interview, I do think that both of them are going to take a step back and they see him, hopefully, for who he truly is at this point. The mask slipped more than one time, but for whatever reason, they're struggling to understand that what you keep seeing as the slip is who that man the fuck is. That's who he is. These other parts of him might be real too, but that's the performance when he decides that you're on his good side. How people treat you when they can't gain anything from you, that's who the fuck they are. And so the fact that as soon as he decided he was going to pick Clark or whatever, the way that he talked to her, that's who the fuck he is. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. Okay. Thought, are you back, friend? User, do I think that Nick sees it as well? I do. I think that I think again, and I will say this, I will say that I don't think that they will necessarily ever say anything like publicly. I don't even know if they'll ever unfollow them at this point just because of how fucking messy it has gotten. But I do think that we'll probably will watch them just sort of take steps back. And yeah, I mean, I don't believe Alan that production was making him do these things. Like, I don't, maybe I will say this, like, because niggas be lying, y'all, like they be lying, right? I will say maybe something I could believe, but this is why I go to like Alan, he tells like portions of the truth. He doesn't tell the whole truth, and that's what bothers me, But I think that, what could have been true is in the very beginning. They're like, we've been fighting for 3 years for this girl to get here. Y'all try it, like, hey, what are you thinking? Like, she wants a cowboy, you're a cowboy. Like, I could see them like influencing it in the very beginning. But once Jalen came in, I don't buy it that they were trying to force y'all to make them be together. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You know what I mean? But I could see them saying like in the beginning, but saying that it kept happening the entire time in the villa. So all of a sudden you have free will when Clark got there, but you didn't have any beforehand. No, motherfucker, you was trying to stay in that motherfucking villa. Don't lie. Just tell the truth. Anyway, okay. Nikki, are you ready, friend?
I am. I don't know if you've been following the Stan Wars. I think I'm gonna need to remove myself from it because I just get a little dumber every day from all of it. It's so bad. It's especially on Twitter. It's to the point, I don't know if you heard, but it's to the point where um Shalace fans are getting Nick Landry cream I'm sorry, Come Here Cream um people kicked off of the platform. Like they're like it's been really really bad. Like people are losing their accounts, and it's so just disturbing because I'm getting to a point where, okay, it's, I promised myself after working so hard on the election last time to get Kamala elected that I was going to take a year off. I deserved a year off to just do whatever I wanted to do, not be involved in politics. Now that time is coming, and, this is another reason why I watched this season of Love Island, because I really wanted, like I said before, watch, how many people are actually voting that are not voting in elections, right? I wanted to get that Gen Z perspective, or like early millennial perspective, because the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way, right? But what I'm recognizing is that it is amazing how lacking of critical thought goes into anything, and then how quickly Black people are so willing to pit one another against each other, to defend bad behavior and not hold people accountable, but allow racists, you know, Houdini stands and the papayas to infiltrate and just let us burn our own houses down instead of talking about the real issue. It's like I have to suspend reality and enter in cognitive dissonance to just understand your point of view, because you refuse to acknowledge that what this leprechaun did to call out another Black woman, how he helped orchestrate, if it is the truth, a plan to eliminate another Black woman and not have any sort of thought to the blowback that would fall on Michelle and Alandria. Like that side of the internet is baffling to me. I mean, I saw Gigi today pull out her whiteboard, y'all. She pulled out the whiteboard and people still couldn't get it. And I don't know. I'm just really, really, it's disheartening to me, because I'm just like, while we are fighting one another, white supremacy is winning. While we are fighting one another, Hot Pocket got an NFL commercial for being a racist and a misogynoir. I don't know. Like, it's like, I really need us to start paying attention to this, because if this is any indication to how we are moving going forward, when our literal lives are on the line, when it comes to our freedoms and protection and our history as Black people, I am worried about where we're going in terms of the longevity of what our ancestors fought for and died for in our freedoms. And I'm sorry if I'm making this political, but this is something we have to start thinking about, because this is the people that are not watching Love Island are the ones that are suffering. There are 350,000 Black women that lost their jobs, and I was one of them up until recently, and I'm working part-time because I work in the DEI sector. Like, that is troubling that we are not connecting those dots to how we are engaging with one another we don't, if we're fighting like this online, if y'all going to the extent, y'all didn't take that energy to the papayas and to that lady HQ. Y'all didn't do that to her. We should have been doing that together. Going, uniting and saying block, cancel, report, delete, delete. We should have been doing that. But the minute it happened to in our community, we do the most. We do the absolute most to tear down one another. It's sickening. It's sickening. I just had to get that off my chest.
I appreciate it. And Nikki, listen, everything is political and we do all the shit in here. You feel me? So yeah, I feel that completely. And it is frustrating. It goes back to somebody in the comments. I responded to your comment, right? But it's like anyway, defending rights and wrongs is just not, it's weird to me. It's weird to me. And why we cannot hold space around like acknowledgement of bad behavior does not mean that you have to hate somebody. That is often a comment that I will get. Is like, oh, you just must hate them. And I'm like, babe, did we not split our votes between Shelly and Ace and whoever Alandra was with at the time the whole season? When they were in the building. Yeah. Like it's not like it does not have to divulge into some of the places that the stands have been going. I really do stay out of stand spaces, right? But it's like you don't have to go there. You don't have to go there just because somebody is citing something that is problematic about someone that you consider to be your fave. And like that is where it gets odd to me. And that's that critical thinking skill that just be fucked, right? And that is what be concerning me about long term, right? It's like, how do you allow yourself to be teachable, to grow, to develop as a human? Exactly, Camilla. I have 6 people in my house. I have people that don't even watch the fucking show. I'm like, you need to download the app because we will be splitting our votes between whoever Alandra is with and Shelly and Ace. That was how we voted all season until the ending, the last votes, right? Like, I don't have to hate them just because I'm pointing. And the fact that they can't do that critical thinking is fucking odd to me. And it feels doomed in a lot of ways.
Just one last thing.
Yes.
One last thing about that is that it's very it's disheartening to watch, like to watch people who were not Nicolandria fans. Like this ship was built on nothing but delusion, and it was just fun. It was simply just for fun. Like we didn't know that it like people were gonna like really get on board. But I think what is interesting about this whole Shalace and Nicolandria stand war that's happening in our community is that we need to acknowledge the fact that there are a lot of there are sub categories within these communities. There's people that are just for Alandria. There's people that are just for Shelly, just for Ace. And what we're not acknowledging are the biases that come with that. Like I've seen Alandria stands being like, Alandria this, that don't like Nick. You can't be for Alandria and not like the person that she's with. Like, and that's what's getting lost in the sauce is like people are conflating people who were genuine and true, come here cream community that was fun and lighthearted and just like full of delusion to now coming into this toxic space of just it's just really gross. It's really gross. And it's so sad because I was having fun. This was my lighthearted moment and now it's not fun for me. But I feel like I need to stay to defend her. Like I feel like so crazy about that because I'm a grown ass woman with real responsibilities in life.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I just want to say that.
No, I appreciate it. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna do a version of Gigi's PSA. I'm not as good at it as Gigi. Y'all, we are very close to 200,000 likes. Please like the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate it. The panelists are always being very real, very transparent, very raw, and we're giving you lots of versions of ourselves and space around ourselves. I also want to name that I do have 2 subscription tiers. That's definitely going to go up sometime this month, y'all. Oh, thank you so much. I definitely have 2 subscription tiers. I will pin it very quickly for you. The first one is $2.99, and that gets you access to okay. Oh, I love that, Jenna. The $2.99 tier gets you access to all of my sub-only videos. You also get prioritized to come up on my live panel, and you get 5 minutes over 3. You also can suggest live topics, and you get sub-only lives as well. On the $5.99 tier, that's the think tank. You get everything from the $2.99 tier, but you also get the Discord and the book club. Jenny, you're so funny. Google form. Please fill out the Google form, because on Sunday is when we answer the questions that you have submitted via the Google form. It does not have to be Love Island related. It can be any reality or any TV show that you have questions about and you want me and Chris to dialogue about. And you can, don't ignore him, y'all. You also can talk to me about like marriage or family or parenting. Like you have lots of options as to what you can leave questions around. Also, the YouTube channel is in the same place. If you click on my face up there and you see the links, you'll see the YouTube and the Google form. Go subscribe to YouTube. Every live is downloaded afterward and posted to the YouTube channel. There are hours and hours and hours of lives over there for you all. I will eventually start making some longer form content to just put over there. Like, honestly, probably like a Substack is coming at some point too, because I'm realizing that some of these thoughts I have are just like way too nerdy for like a 10-minute TikTok. So they need like a little bit more room to breathe. And so, yeah, more things coming. Gigi, what am I missing? Oh, if you are not being cute in the comments, which I doubt that we're going to have that because we're not talking about anything too crazy that will draw the weirdos in. But if you're not in the cute in the comments, my mods will put you on mute. So keep it cute. Okay. Anything else? I'm forgetting, Gigi. Yes, I'm definitely gonna do the Substack at some point. Some people have like asked to like read my thesis. So I'm like, you know what? I should just like get a Substack and like put this stuff on there. If you don't know, my thesis is around Black womanhood in relationship to Black manhood, how it shows up within the context of romantic relationships and family dynamics. So I will likely, that might be one of the first things that I post to my Substack. Yes. Yes, and book club. The book club, if you are a sub, can I see your bowl real quick? Can you go off my live just so I can show them real quick one more time? No, don't go back so I can show them from that page. So if you are a subscriber, you can go to my page. Focus. Whatever, you can go to my page. There is a little, oh my God. There you go. You see that button that says subscription? You'll click on that. And in here, you have your sub-only space. So this is where your sub-only videos are, your sub-only space where you can click in and leave comments to me. You can ask me to talk about particular topics on live. Ivy is really great. Ivy will send me all the things to my DMs. Like, can you talk about this and make a video about this? And I will do it. You have subscriber only notes. You have subscriber only channels. If you are in the highest tier, you also have that bottom one that says Discord role. In the Discord role, that is our Discord channel. Click it, add it, and then if you have the Discord app on your phone, it'll automatically be one of your Discord channels. And we will be doing a book club in the Discord. We will do some nerdy things, but we're also going to do some fun shit like romance novels and other like fictional things to just give our brains a break. But also come at it from like a sociopolitical, clinical perspective, because I like being a nerd. So you get to be a nerd with me. So, am I missing anything? You also have access to all these cute little stickers as a subscriber. And there's more than that, but there's like 51 in there right now. Okay, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? If you subscribe for a year up front, you get a discount. So like it discounts it for however, like if you do it for a longer time, it will discount it for you. And likely, like again, y'all, my tier prices are going up soon. Because when I was in my meeting today and I told her, she made a face at me. She made a face like, girl. So I'm gonna get my okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Tata, are you with us, friend? Okay, Tata, let us know when you're back and you can rejoin. I'm going to bring Nurse Brain up to share her thoughts because she definitely has some thoughts in response, I believe, to Nikki explicitly, and I want to make space for that. Also, y'all, don't be having the same 10 people tapping.
Hello.
Hi, Nurse Brain. Please give us your
Hi. I don't really have. Well, I had some thoughts, but I'm all for that. I had a question. With the last panel guest that came up. So when she was talking, one of the points she made was you can't like somebody and not like the person they're with. Now, I like people and not the people they're with. So can you explain to me why that would be wrong?
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically in the stand wars that are happening on Twitter specifically. There's a group of Ola dolls, and they are very anti-Nick. And what Alandria has said, when you attack Nick, he's a part of me. This is a man that has gone out of his way to not only, protect her in the villa, but protect her outside, has given her, has opened doors for her, is her biggest cheerleader. And anytime that he is brought up, they're attacking him. So what I'm saying is that if you respect her and he's not doing anything that's harmful, as a matter of fact, he's doing everything that's helping her, there is the love is not really there. You're just there. They really want her with somebody else, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're just talking about in that specific. Okay, because I was
Yes.
thinking in
Oh,
general.
no,
Because
not in general.
in general, people are with bad people and they stick with them for reasons I don't understand. So that doesn't mean I don't like one because I don't like the other. So that's where I was getting lost. I was like, well, somebody break this down for me because maybe my thinking is flawed. Okay, so you're just talking about in that case okay.
I feel that. Y'all, I want to say that Ilea just hopped in here. Ilea, do you mind commenting so that people can click on you and follow you? Because I've been chatting a little bit about you in here. Y'all, Ilea is, I know I said it already, but she is an ex-reality producer, executive. I'm gonna definitely do a live with her at some point. So I want you all to be thinking about some things that you'd be curious about. Like, what do you want to know? That's some behind the scenes shit. You feel me? And y'all can add that. Maybe I'll make that a portion on the Google form. But Ilea, we'll talk offline to think about a time that would be good for you to come on, because I would love for them to hear from you directly. Also, hold on. Somebody else said. Yeah, exactly. Shay's point. For me, it's more so you don't have to like him, but don't attack him and say it's because of Alandria. So that's the thing, right? Is that you can dislike a partner, but the way in which, and I think explicitly in this case, right? It's well, what have you seen from him that makes you have such vitriol toward him? If you say that you love Alandria and you see her being treated well and she's saying that she's being treated well and that she's happy, what is the motivation? and I talked to y'all about this before, right? Is like consider the source and what the motivation is from the source, right? And so I think that yeah, that makes sense to me for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense in their case. I was just speaking in general because I was like, ooh, well, let me see what's going. Because I know there's some people I like and I don't like their partners at all for moral character reasons.
Exactly,
Okay.
and that makes complete sense. I agree.
Okay.
Like I think this goes to like the whole right, like 3D and Clark, like how some people feel like they like Clark but they don't like Taylor, right? And so, whatever you like, I could understand you feeling that way. I could understand people feeling that way. I do like Nick. I always liked him, even when he was with Sierra. He would have been like one of my favorite people as far as like boys go. Now y'all know how I am about boys in general, struggling to be my favorites around anything, but he would have been one of my favorites of the boys.
Yeah, I like him even with Sierra too because he really was straight up with Sierra.
Yep.
So anything she chose to do going forth with because he kept telling her, explore, I'm going to explore, you explore too.
Yep.
So if she, and like a lot of people are like shaming him because they had sex, but she had sex with him just as well as he had sex with her. That people losing that aspect of as well. So they're blaming him, but she chose to have sex with him with no guarantees attached.
Yeah. Okay, now Whitney, I see your comment, and Gigi, I want you to go, but Whitney, I'm gonna come to that comment. Okay, Gigi, go ahead and go.
Can I say right before I saw that comment, I was gonna say I love it here because I don't have to break out my whiteboard and my yardstick because that other live had me going. When I tell you, I had a whole listen. I was tapping the board like I was back in the classroom. I was like, "Is this not why I left the education realm? Because I can't do this with y'all." But I think we tend to forget that there is a difference between owing somebody and kindness. It would be kind of him to, yes, it is that bad, Anika. It would be kind of him to have a conversation with her. She is not owed a conversation. I think that is the difference. People, let's not forget, if we're going to acknowledge that people are engaging in adult activities, we have to approach this with an adult mindset, okay? Adults have physical relationships that don't necessarily equate to romance. I need y'all to like really get your heads around this. It really boggles the mind how we don't understand that physicality does not equate to romance. And when we say that that Nick owes her, is it because that you think that she owes her, or are you imposing your own theological ideologies in your interpretation of sex and what it means to you onto somebody else and considering it a blanket thing? This is what is happening. This is what Slarella tried to do. She tried to operate like a slingshot. Homegirl was a boomerang. She hoed irresponsibly. We have to call it what it is, right? The homegirl hoed irresponsibly. And we all know that in this life, we are pro ho. Get your body, girl. Beyonce said, get me body, get your body. Do that, but do so responsibly. You have to understand that if you're moving in this space, how you're moving into it. And then let's be real. Yes, boomerang. Ilya, if you've not heard, if y'all have not heard and y'all are new to this, I'm gonna let y'all know, as we are a pro ho, I put hoes into two categories. You are a slingshot or you are a boomerang. Slingshots, it's pretty self-explanatory. They sling it everywhere and don't matter because physicality does not equate to romance and intimacy to them. Boomerangs lead with their hearts, lead with their bodies, and follow up with their hearts because they expect something greater in return. She tried to be a slingshot. She was truly a boomerang. We saw this. And when homegirl was like, I don't want the freedom. F the freedom. What am I going to do with it? Now, that being said, the one thing I will clock Nick for is, in that instance, should there have been another conversation when he realized she could not move forward being a boomerang and she was rejecting the idea of exploring? Yes, I feel like another conversation could have been had there and be like, look here, homegirl, we can't be slinging it around together if this is how you're going to behave. I will give that, right? However, they both continued to engage in it, and he continued to reinforce this idea of we still gonna be slingshots around here. And she didn't want to do that. So we see this in the way she builds in her head. So this idea that he owes her, I think, is a little bizarre, especially when we know that you can't guarantee closure from somebody, like guarantee getting closure from somebody else. That closure has to happen within yourself. And yes, he closed off, but he closed off with they had an understanding of what it was. They have a conversation in which they specify what it is, and he says to her, I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you. Let's pay attention to that, because what does he say when he's talking to Alandria? I want to take my seed of love and and water it on the outside. These are two different conversations in which he is intentional. And the one thing I don't like what the Nick Alandria fandom did is putting out this narrative that Nick didn't like her. He liked her just fine. He just liked her differently, because adults do that. So let's dead this idea. Let's kiss the baby in the mouth and put it to bed. Let's dead this idea that he owes her a conversation. It would have been kind for him to have a conversation with her, but he does not owe her. And especially this, he has said it himself. Had she not been out there being so doggone silly and centering herself, he'd have had a conversation with her. But he didn't, because she acted foolish. And she wanted to shift the narrative. So let's please do not let the dissonance anymore, and just put that baby to bed.
I will say this too. Something that I think a lot of people don't, like, maybe just don't remember. I hardly ever hear it talked about when we have this conversation, is that when they sat down and they talked to each other about what life was going to look like outside of the villa, Ciara said, I don't think it means we're boyfriend and girlfriend. It just means that we're going to focus on each other when we leave the villa. She set the precedent for what it was going to be after the villa.
And he looked relieved. And he looked relieved. He was his whole facial expression changed. He just kind of like let out a breath and relaxed.
And because he was then able to conceptualize and to categorize in his mind what it was. And so I think it's unfair to say that, like, he owed her something when she was already putting it on like a tiptoe uncertainty. We're just going to kind of figure it out when we leave here. Like, she said that. I see you, Ann. You're next, babe. She said that, right? And so for me, and I want to listen to what he's saying to me around, like, he had the intention of talking to her. She got on the internet and made it where that conversation felt like now we can't have it anymore. Like, she created that divide unnecessarily because she had an expectation that, I'm going to be honest, I think was unfair, because she was expecting them to come out of the villa, to have processed everything, and now be having a conversation with her within like 2 weeks. She had posted her videos within like a couple of weeks of them leaving the villa. Mind you, she had already been gone for much longer than them. That was an unfair expectation. And so she started having all of these very public responses. At that point, I don't owe you shit anymore, because clearly you've already decided what the fuck it is. You've already decided. So what else do I need to offer to you? You've made up your mind to the point that now you are publicly slandering me. Yeah, it wasn't even 2 weeks. Publicly slandering me and blocking my family. Like, you've made a choice. You've made a choice. I'm supposed to help you now feel better about the choice that you have already come to a conclusion around. That's not fair. That's not fair. You know? And she should have given him appropriate time. Now, if we had been reunion filming or post reunion, like, okay, yeah, like at this point he just don't give a fuck about me, you know what I'm saying? If she had let even one interview drop, she might have heard that the boy was planning to have a conversation with her at some point when he got there, that he was just trying to, you know, like, she just, and the thing is, she probably was watching the interview, so I don't know why she, anyway. But I do, yes, Whitney. So it's like, it's the fact that she did all of that, you know what I mean? Like, she did all of that. And that is what made it like, nah, yeah, I don't got to give you nothing else anymore. You know what I mean? Like, Alandria was dealing with all this like racist hate. He's trying to monitor her mental health. He's trying to process his own experience coming out of the villa. They're trying to deal with people making judgments about them. Oh, because he closed up and now he's with her. They're trying to deal with all of that. And you think I'm supposed to call you first? Like, girl, step into reality and give me a minute. The same way you needed a minute before you got on here with your apology, I'm gonna need a minute. Just give me a minute to deal with my shit. You know what I mean? And so that to me is what made it unfair. And that to me, and I don't think I would have never felt like he owed her a conversation. I think that it would have been probably, honestly, helpful to him and to Alandria and to her. And so I think it would have been nice for all of them to be able to have a conversation. But once she did that, now I don't need to talk to you about anything anymore. You know what I mean? Okay, and please share your thoughts. Jasmine, I'm just going to say your statement out loud. She never wanted closure. She wanted access. Thank you. She thought, listen, y'all, I have already... I've already said to y'all before that I was suspicious about whether or not there was a little Smex magic happening. Okay? And so she might have thought she could get back in there again. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she made a whole, she was just doing too much. She was doing too much. Okay, and please share your thoughts.
Here's the thing, like 404 would have gotten the conversation. Nick clearly said in the Kiki Palmer podcast, I haven't spoken bad about her anywhere I went to this day. I speak good about her. I've never said anything. I planned on talking to her, but she went out and made these videos, and you know what? I'm like, yeah, basically, in the words of Alandria, I ain't fucking with it. So I don't owe you a conversation. People need to stop saying that. You're talking about like she need closure. No, you don't. You got kicked off the island. No closure necessary. You got yourself kicked off the island based on choices that you made as an adult. I don't feel sorry for you, and you are not owed any conversation. And who said it again? Is it Jasmine? Yes, she just wanted access. And yes, I do believe she was doing some kind of schmex magic. I am spiritual, so I believe in that stuff. So I do believe the island seemed drained, and then after she left, it seems like Sab's sex is very sacred. That's why I'm a demisexual now. I just don't sleep with anybody. It is literally an energy exchange. And every time she's exchanging, I feel like she's like binding him or something. And you could tell that he was very drained himself and he wasn't happy there. That's what happens when, let's say, you do a love spell and it backfires because the person, Nick clearly did not want to be there. Did he like her at one point? Yes. But then it seemed like a similar situation with, Honda and Jeremiah. Like, I liked you at first, but then your actions kind of like made me want to back off of you. Yeah, he looked unhappy. He looked like he was forced to be there. And what strikes me about 404 is that she's a male-centered woman. Don't come up in here talking about you need a conversation, and maybe she even probably wanted Orlandria to reach out to her. This is not Friendship Island. I remind you, this is not Friendship Island. I don't know much about season 6, but it seems like the friendships in season 7 were very much forced. That's why everything is now dismantling post Villa, because now you guys are back in reality. You get to choose who you want to stay friends with and who you don't want to be a part of your life. That's why everything is crashing right now, because people's, their true colors are being shown. She's not male-centered, she's self-centered. Well, she's both. She's both self-centered and both male-centered. And I say that because she gives me the cool girl. Like, she's people-pleasing men. Like, I'm down for anything. When you know you want more, sis, like, yeah, I don't mind if you did that. Like, yeah, I kissed him and I could still taste her nail polish. Like, girl, I would not kiss you until you brushed your teeth. I don't like feet. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you're not serious. She was giving cool girl so bad. Like, and then let's not forget, 404 said she couldn't wait to get her lips on Shelly. Now, rumor has it that people are thinking that Michelle is keeping 404 around because they're low key involved romantically. I don't know about that. But I'm waiting for proof that Alan takes her to the Maldives. Because at this point, I'll believe it when I see it. Patra, who didn't see O as a threat?
404.
I say she's not male centered because she just wants to be the center, male or female or dragon. So basically, when I say she's male centered, Sobs, I'm saying that she's a misogynistic woman. Therefore, there's no girls with her. She will put a man first despite anything. Did she say that she was bi?
I don't
I
think
feel
she's
like
ever said that directly, has she?
or maybe I just assumed that she was.
Yes, she
I
has
felt
in
like she's
other videos.
Did? Okay.
okay, right. I'm like, okay, I think she likes women too because she had no problem doing it. And Blue pointed out again, oh, genius. There are women that get drunk and kiss other women for men's attention, and there are women who are actually bi. She's not she's not bi, she just likes kissing girl. Again, if she just likes kissing girls, P, that's a male centered thing because you're doing it because you like to arouse men.
Performance. Yeah. Okay, so she said on recently she's been saying it, and on Snapchat she
And
said that she
then,
dislikes kissing girls. She's not into women.
dude, she wanted to be side Barbie. She was stalking Olandria for the love of, well, I don't believe in God. For Pete's sakes, please stop saying she is owed a conversation. That ship has sailed. Let it go.
It's not even sold. She
As
literally sunk it.
right. As for Honda Civic, I see that her stands are not letting off of Jessie Woo. Cause I be checking her TikTok and I see them in the comments. She got today they were spamming her comments talking about, oh, you saw her NFL commercial. I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw her commercial. Who said it before? Given low budget? I don't even know what the fuck she was talking about. What are you talking about? Tush push, and you're just a mommy, and then you want to be like, take a month and reflect on it. Yes, Jessie Woo. Remember when she had? Oh, so Jessie
Jessie,
Woo did a live
she's a
breaking
black
down
creator on
the
this platform, Snowies. Or she's a
yes
black
on
woman creator
YouTube.
on this
Listen,
platform with me.
and she was breaking down the lies that she caught on the Call Her Daddy podcast with Alex Cooper. However, she did say that she feels like it's hard to believe Honda Civic because she is a compulsive liar, and she compared her to Casey Anthony, and the fans were not mad. Now she's not saying she wasn't questioning her motherhood. She was just saying she's a compulsive liar like Casey Anthony, and people took it and ran with it. I don't always agree with Jessie Woo. I also agree, P. I don't always agree with her. Sometimes I do feel like she aligns. She is for women, but there are times there are misogynistic undertones, and sometimes she gives me mean girl. I ain't gonna hold you. She's my Haitian sister. I love her, but I had to check her on that. I actually had a little beef with her because she kept saying, you know, that she's Christian, and she kept basically downing baby mamas, and I'm a baby mama, and I'm like, you can talk about marriage without disparaging us because trust me, it wasn't my choice. I would have stayed with that knucklehead, but I can't keep somebody who don't want to keep me kept. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, he was 14 and a half years my senior. And when I met him, I was 18 and he was 32. That's a story for another day. Inappropriate age gap relationship. It took me years in therapy to learn that. Anyway, I'm done talking. Also, Tina and Christina, both of y'all, thanks for having me. You could let me down if anyone else wants to come up. Toodles.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Okay, Anika, I do want to ask if you have any more thoughts, and then I'm gonna bring up another sub.
Sure, I do. And it is about 404 because she's one of my pet subjects in studying these people. The latest shenanigan, by the way, is that she has contacted, or her people have actually contacted an Asian stylist in New York with the intent of using that person to style her outfits. It does not seem the individual or the stylist wants to have anything to do with her based on the video that she did. She was like, yeah, Sierra contacting me to style her for New York Fashion Week. Uh-huh. So a lot of people had a reaction towards that. But I think what people need to understand is that Sierra came in there with a plan. Part of that plan also involved, I mean, because we have to remember one, she is friends with people who were on Love Island before, who somehow had a similar trajectory of being bi-curious during their time. And then she does the same thing with Shelly. So that in and of itself is a little red flag for me. But she came in there with a plan to play the role of cool girl, hopefully snag a nice white boy and win the show. She thought that she would have done it. She thought she targeted Nick. She went after him. And I think she knew that Nick was attracted to Olandria because there was a conversation where she actually told Taylor that she really likes Nick. It was very early on. So I think with that information, there may have been some working together to, well, okay, you stick with Olandria and I will, because I really like Nick, this kind of thing. Because there's a scene too where Nick was trying to pillow fight with Olandria. And if you look at Sierra's face, you could tell there was displeasure there. So her plan was working. She lied on the date. She lied and said that Nick said things that she actually said. The thing was going well. It was going to plan until the slur issue came out. We don't know who brought it out, but for some reason it came out. And she was getting the followers. I don't know if people were following MJ, who was the person who was managing her page. I believe it was Sephora sent MJ a huge brand box with Team Sierra hoodies and all sorts of stuff. And when the slur came out, they took it back. This was a calculated plan for Sierra to win. It backfired. She overestimated the power of her kitty cat because she thought that him being with Olandria was out of convenience because, okay, yeah, he had to pair up with somebody and who else but Olandria because Olandria wouldn't betray me kind of thing. And she underestimated how much Nick really liked Olandria, which was why she liked a video that referenced a song from the relationship between, oh gosh, what's her name again? I think it's the two people from Fleetwood Mac. She liked a video using that song. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? So it wasn't surprising to me when she did that video about the Mykonos. She's in Mykonos because, she's trying to reframe this story. She really did think that she snagged Nick. She did, and she did feel it was unfair the way that she left the villa because she was. I mean, think about it. You actually got defeat from the jaws of victory, in that sense. So she would have felt slighted. She would have felt whatever. But the point is, she went about it the wrong way. She is not owed anything from anybody. She should just move on with her life. And that's it. But I mean, she will still try to continue to, because her ultimate goal was really to build on the, just like Ace, all of them, as a matter of fact, they went in there to be popular. They went in there to build on whatever social capital they had already. So all that has been messed up and messed up spectacularly because she got the negative end of the stick. But instead of rehabbing her, her image, she's choosing to make it a whole lot worse. And I mean, yeah, it's stupid. So those are my final thoughts.
Thank you, Anika. Okay, Whitney, I want to answer your question. Do I think that Nick and 404 would have stayed together had she stayed in the villa? I do. I think that they would have stayed coupled up into the end. I think that was part of the reason for closing off, right? Is so that they could finish out together, right? Do I think that they would have been able to last in the same way in the real world? I'm not sure about that. You know what I mean? I'm not sure about that. But I will say that I do, because I don't think that, like, listen, y'all, again, I don't necessarily think that that's what she wanted either, which is why I've been so honestly shocked by the way that she's engaged online. And I'm going to be frank with y'all. I think part of that motivation was, oh, I see the hate that Olandria is getting, and there's a big base around that. Like, there's a big push behind that. And so if I can make myself the victim in this dynamic in some way, then maybe I garner the support of those people. Because the way that she framed the way that their relationship was going to look when they left the villa, to me, it was giving, I want to win with you. I think it would have been like a repeat of what we saw with some of the other couples, right? I'm going to win with you. We'll get a couple of like deals going based on like us being a couple together. And then we're going to go our separate ways because, oh, it didn't work out. But now we've built the acclaim that we needed to like keep living the lives that we want to live. I don't think she was really trying to be that man's girl like that. I think that she thinks it is the way to popularity in order to ride that train. Because again, and I say this all the time in my live, y'all probably already know what I'm gonna say. Do they like you or do they just hate me? Right? And I think that with some of the people that are her fans, it is about them simply hating Olandria, right? And I think that she knew in some ways that she could capitalize on that. And I think that that's why she has played the victim narrative in some of this, because I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she's stupid. And so I think that she knows it was unreasonable to say, I need this conversation to have happened already in a week. I think she knows that. Okay, Nikisha, you're new to our panel. Please give us your thoughts.
Okay. So the whole closure conversation confuses me only because from the perspective of somebody who's watched Love Island USA and UK, and I know that she is also a big fan of the franchise, she would have seen how things usually play out. There have been plenty of times where there was a couple that seemed super locked in, voting didn't go their way, and one of them got voted off, and then that person continued on, found another connection, and stayed with that connection. She knew it was a possibility. She said so herself. She didn't expect him to leave with her. That was like unrealistic, which makes me think that she knew what they were, right? Because if we're locked in, and I know we're gonna make it on the outside, I'm gonna be upset, and I'm gonna expect you to leave with me. And she said it herself. She didn't expect him to do that. Like, that's odd for somebody you claim to have such a great connection with. And then when people are having this conversation, if we look at it from the real world, right, they're no longer on the show. Nick and Olandria are a couple now. And you keep asking him to have closure conversation with his ex-situationship, but you never think about, if I'm Olandria, how am I going to feel about my man sitting down with someone he's been intimate with? If we all watch the show, we saw the finale, we know where his head's at. And no one ever thinks about, like, what does that look like for her? It's always, oh, Sierra. What about Olandria? Once again, she and her feelings are put on the back burner, and she is supposed to get disrespected, because I would look at it as disrespect. What do you mean you need to have a conversation with her? Did we not all see you telling me about us building on the outside? That was the closure. Like, I'm confused. We know she watched the finale. We know she heard what he said, right? And then afterwards, we saw her, they were moving. So what is it you're looking for? Because any adult would see that as like, oh, okay, I got my answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's very confusing to me, and it's very confusing to me that I think people use that because they dislike Nick and Olandria as a couple, so they use that as something to fuel their dislike. When logically speaking, you would not want that from your partner either, right?
That's fair, yeah.
Anyways, that's all.
Thank you, Nikisha. No, I think that's a super important point, right? It's like, would you want that? And like people have said already in the comments, right? At this point, Olandria and Nick have been together longer than 404 and Nick were together, right? Would you want, though, your person that now you're dating, now that you're exploring, to be having that conversation? P, I'm going to let you go, but I want Sabs to go first because they're new to our panel. Sabs, please give us your thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my thoughts are I'm a Libra. She's a Libra, right? I've been an unhealed Libra and a healed Libra. And I've been a young Libra and an old Libra. You know what I'm saying? I'm very grown. She does not care about the conversation. She only cares about the conversation as long as it has to do with her relevancy. So the only thing she cares about is the fact that I want to have this conversation so I can have more things to talk about. Because I have built my whole thing on getting on this show. I've been watching this show. My friends are on this show. I've been doing this thing to get on this show, and I want to like prep up me being on this show, and then I get kicked off this show. And I refuse to be canceled because I'm a Libra and I really don't care. Y'all can try to cancel me. I'm not going to do any work, but I'm going to pretend like I did the work. I'm sorry. I got on the empathy shirt. It's cool. It's cute. You know, everything's great. But I really don't care for real. She doesn't care for real. Like, she only cares that it got her where she is. She does not care about Nick. She don't care about Alandria. She don't care about Shelly. She cares about being relevant. So she wants a conversation so that she can remain relevant. And I feel like she's an influencer. So she's doing things to make it seem like, oh, I really care about having this conversation because we did all these things. She did all these things knowing that she was in a situationship. He told her, I'm in a situationship and I don't really care. And after this, we're just going to keep exploring and we're going to keep this and everything's fine and everything's vibes. She doesn't care. And that's my biggest thing is like, she doesn't care, but she's playing into the fact that other people care. Like, oh my God, he slept with her and he did this. And she's playing into that narrative because it makes sense. She's in PR. She's in marketing. It makes sense. Like, I'm going to play into this. Everybody else keeps bringing it up. It's like Huda. It's like, everybody keeps saying I've been bullied, so I've been bullied. Everybody keeps saying that he had sex with me, so he should care and have a conversation with me, so I should care.
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say. And one of my kids is coming to the room. So y'all can go to the next person. Say hi, Victoria.
Yes, I agree. Like, I agree with that 100%. I do think it is more about, like, again, what they think other people, what she thinks other people, like, wanted. You know what I mean? Okay, P, please share your thoughts.
I just keep thinking about how Nick has said multiple times when it comes to like the conversation with Sierra or like leaving with Sierra that like he said that like when she left he was really distraught because obviously that's his like strongest connection, and obviously we already know that he already drew the boundary at like, oh, it's only in the villa, then once we leave we're gonna focus on each other, but no promises in a sense, right? Leaving the door open for like whichever, right? I think they both agreed on that. But I noticed that he said twice in two separate conversations that like he wasn't sure about like the uh like because he wasn't sure if their morals aligned or like he wouldn't want to align himself with someone's morals that he doesn't agree with in a sense. And I found that conversation a bit interesting because I was like, is he talking about that like retroactively knowing what she said, or was he feeling concerned about like her when it comes to quote unquote morals that kind of iced him off? Because he could have left, like everyone would assume that he would have just left with her because as far as we know nobody knew what happened, why she had to leave. It could have been health, like it could have been health related, like maybe like a family members of hers was in trouble or was sick or something, and he still decided not to leave. And then so when he says why he didn't want to leave, it's because he wasn't sure if their morals aligned or he didn't want to associate with those kind of morals. So I'm thinking like, did he pick up something during conversation that he didn't like something was like tingling in the back of his head or something, and then like when he thought about it when she left that like he didn't want to pursue that, because I don't know if he's just trying to talk around the fact that he didn't want to leave with her because he just wasn't that interested in her and just wanted the opportunity to stay with Olandria, or if he had a real concern about like her morals in the sense of like her racial the racial epithets she'd be using. So I don't know. It's a bit confusing. Like, is he trying to cover his quote unquote ass and like wanting to pursue Olandria despite having a quote unquote strong relationship with Sierra, or did he actually have some concerns about her behavior?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, again, like and it sounds like production almost warned him a little bit. Like they were like,
Must have,
yeah,
if he was, because it's confusing to me. I was like, did you pick up something, Nick, or like what?
yeah. And yeah, so they said, yeah, so Zach said that they told them that she breached the terms of the contract. But I think that I can't remember which interview it was in, but I feel like Nick explicitly said that they told him like to almost like be mindful around like whether or not he made the choice to leave. I can't remember what it was. Like they said it without saying it, like, you just need to chill. You know what I mean? Like he didn't know he didn't know exactly what she did, but that's where that like persuasion came in, that like influencing came in, where they were like, yeah, she broke a rule and like just, be mindful about the choice you make around. Like I think, okay, it was Chicks in the Office. I knew that he said it somewhere. Like
Yeah, he said it twice. I
essentially
believe in the
like
Kiki Palmer convo and the Chicks in the Office.
exactly. Yeah, so like he was suggested to stay, and I actually appreciate producers choosing to do that in order to like protect him as a human and his brand, because for him to come out to that would have been
God, they did that. It would have
wild.
been horrible. He
Yeah.
was already getting lashings. Like his stocks were down. Like it would have been horrible.
Okay, and Ilea, our insider, is saying, and production also puts pressure on them to stay in moments like that. So yeah, that is great info. Okay, all right. Panelists, I actually have another person that's hold on. Jasmine has requested to come up. And we know that like it almost sounds like they made Chris like also unable to leave. Hi, Bad. Okay, Jasmine, you're new to our panel. Will you please give your thoughts around? It doesn't have to be about this, friend. You can talk about whatever.
Hi. I just wanted to quickly say, there's a creator I follow who's also a fan of Nicolandria. Her name's Sharon, and she had a video I feel like not a lot of people has seen. You know how people always are calling Nicolandria fake, they're scammers. It won't work out in the long run. It was producers who pushed them by having them have that date and bringing them back after they got dumped. I wanted to say that the video that I saw the creator make was about two people on the Australian Love Island. I've never watched it, but she did a breakdown of these two people. I think they were Tyra and Kale. Kale was in a couple and he was closed off, but he got kicked off. And Tyra was friends with the girl he was coupled up with, and she had feelings for him the whole time, but she did not pursue it for the same reasons Alandria didn't. She didn't want to get in the way of that. She put other people before her feelings. She was very loyal. So when she was by herself, she was no longer coupled up with the person she was with. They took her on a private date. She thought she was going to be with someone that was just a new bombshell. They brought him back, and that had never been done before. And they coupled up and they won the season. And they're still together to this day. I think it's been like 2 years. But I just wanted to say that because people are so, like their opinion is saying, oh, they were forced by producers, they were brought back, and, they had that date. It's like, that's nothing new. I feel like a lot of people go based off of clips, and they also don't know the history behind Love Island. Dates are set up for a reason. They're set up for whoever they're coupled up with, or even new bombshells that they've never met before, to see how that connection can work out. But I just wanted to say, because that story was so similar to Nick and Alandria's, like the guy got kicked off and he was in a closed off relationship and he came back and it worked out for him in the end with the girl he really wanted to be with. So I just wanted to say that really quickly.
I appreciate you sharing that, Jasmine. That's a great thought, and that's a great like additional again like perspective that we're not necessarily seeing anything that's just like so outrageous. And I'm sure like Ilea can speak to like I'm sure like production again, they are crafting a story, but they also have a lot more insight than we do as general public. Again, this goes back to me saying like I'm not shocked that we got the edit that we did around Taylor because they knew more about him than Alandria did, right? And so I can understand them wanting us to know as the viewers, right? So that if it fell apart, we wouldn't be shocked because we had already seen all the things that he was saying in addition. Okay, panelists, I want to give you all an opportunity to share final thoughts. We can go from the bottom up. Nikki, do you have any final thoughts to share with us?
Not too many. Final thoughts are, am I going to delete my Twitter? Probably not. I'm struggling, girl. You know, just to go, just to have this, because this is a huge part of the Michelle and Alan discourse that is really bothering me when it comes to Olandria and Michelle's relationship. Why are people neglecting to really talk about the Crown Royal moment around it? Like, that is always lost in the conversation. Crown Royal sponsored Shelley's birthday. They sponsored that interview with Speedy and Taylor's live reaction. It's really hard for me to think that Michelle had no idea. And there's been a lot of talk about Grace. And, you know, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, up until that moment, did she ever use in anything referring to Alandria as soul sister until we saw the backlash when she was on that red carpet? So it seems very convenient. Again, I am not going to suspend reality to pop into cognitive dissonance to understand your point of view. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to dumb myself down so I can understand where you're coming from. And then lastly, this is just something that so is it confirmed that 404 is going on the Vile podcast?
Oh, I
Because
was not to put anything about her. I don't know. Is it confirmed, y'all? Tell us in the comments. I know y'all know.
Tell us in the comments because I'm not watching it, but I will watch those clips. I'm not gonna lie.
Those are the pretty consistent rumors that we're hearing.
What did you say, Gigi?
Those are the pretty consistent rumors. It hasn't been officially announced though.
Okay. And then another thing I saw today that made me chuckle was that Iris and Amaya are apparently presenting at the Emmys. That ought to be interesting. How that happened and why they're there, I have no idea. But that is just something that I find very, very fascinating. And fuck the NFL. I left the same day of Colin Kaepernick. So good luck to that lady. That's all I'm gonna say. Feed your baby. Go home to your baby. Let's talk about it. Just go home to your baby. I'm done. You can girlie. Just drop me, girl, before I get started.
We gonna get in trouble.
Jesus Lord. I'm gonna bring them in. At the very end, girl, drop me.
Thank you, Nikki, for your final thoughts. Y'all are cray. I love my panel though. Okay. Okay, P, please give us your thoughts.
I think is it true that Amaya and Iris are going to be presenting? Wait, what was the Caribbean Music Award thing about? Wasn't that for Shelley?
Yeah, that was Shelley. Somebody asked me what red carpet she was on.
Disregard my disregard my reply to you then. I was confused.
Oh, I think they're saying it's the Emmy for creative, so it's like not the Emmy.
Oh, see, now that makes sense because I was like, how the fuck did they bag that?
Not the non-televised Emmys. Bees. That feels like shade. Bees.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Final thoughts. I like seeing Jeremiah out and about, especially with Iris and Hannah. I feel like they're becoming some sort of trio, and it's silly, and I enjoy it. Hopefully, no drama because they seem really nice. I'm happy that Iris is pursuing things with TJ. Truthfully, you shut me down if I'm being stupid, but I kind of wish she would clear things up about the situation with Pepe
Yes.
because I think it's highly irresponsible to let fans run with conclusions. You know what I mean? Especially when both of you guys are receiving hate. Obviously she's gonna receive a little bit of hate, but Pepe's getting like death threats. You know what I mean? And he said he hasn't done anything but like it's messy. And I understand like, oh, it's my relationship. I shouldn't have to think. But like, you guys are like a show couple. It would help both of you guys out in the future if you were clear about what happened so that people know how to support you in the best sense. You feel me? So I would really appreciate because Pepe's already said his piece. I believe so. And I do feel bad for him. Even the way people be like, oh, Pepe has his baddie chain revoked. I'm like, we haven't really seen anything. You know what I mean? Like, to me, Pepe was on probation for misconduct in the workplace. You know what I mean? Like, let's figure out the story first before we make drastic decisions. Because this is going to sound so, like, pick me, but, like, he hasn't done anything to Nicolandria, so I don't really see an issue with that. I'm joking, but like, you know what I mean? So I'm giving Pepe that grace in a sense, because even the lobby thing, it's so far-fetched, doesn't even make sense to me.
It's a wild.
Like, if it's true, then he has an issue. Like, he has a sex issue. Like, you have an addiction. Second point, I heard, I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier, but apparently there's rumors that Alan might go to not the shade room, that one, the Breakfast
They
Club.
may as well be the shade room. You talking about the Breakfast Club? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, now that you guys have said that, like, he's not completely dumb, but he's pigeonholed himself to a specific space. Before, I thought that if he did do the shade room, he's obviously not the shade room. He doesn't even have the shade room. Nicolandra runs the shade room now. But anyway, the Breakfast Club, he will totally blow up his thing. Like, he can't recover. But now that you guys said that he's just pigeonholed himself, I'm like, well, I guess that's the space he wants to, like, pander to. So I don't necessarily think it will be as disastrous as I was, proclaiming to others. But I still think it'll be horrible. And he has a big ego, and I highly doubt that he's willing to reflect on what he did. I still think it's really frustrating what Alan did and why him and Michelle planned like that, because it's like, did you just assume that like black people would support you despite you like we care about valor and integrity too, you know what I mean? We're not just reactionaries. You know what I mean? You don't point your finger and then we go sick other people. Some do, but those of us who have critical thinking skills, regardless of nationality, age, ethnicity, whichever, right? We know what's good and wrong. Nothing is ever good just because it's black. Nothing. You know what I mean? Things can be one way in a different way. Things are gray. So it's just frustrating that he thought that he could manipulate people like that, and it's kind of embarrassing. I think 404 is a loser, and she needs to get over herself. Can I be misogynistic for a little bit?
Depends on how far you go.
I'll try to keep it cute.
Okay.
Admonish me later. I was so confused the way people were hyping up Sierra. Like, mind you, I got into the show like really late, like episode like 30, 31. And not even then, I was just watching like a lot of edits, and then that's how I got into the show. But the way people would be like hyping her up, maybe it's because I was watching like the comparison edits between her and Olandra, but like I was like, again, trigger warning, misogyny. She's so ugly to me. Oh my god. She's so ugly to me. Extra misogyny warning. She's so chopped to me. Like, she does, even compared to the other girls, it's like, how the fuck are these guys so sprung about this lady? Like, compared to the other girls, again, misogyny warning. Her body isn't, I mean, like, her body's tea in general, but compared to the other girls, you know what I mean? And her personality was just so like fake and constructed. Like, to me, it just seemed like delusion. If delusion was a person, it would be her. You know what I mean? And I just never got the hype, and it was just weird to me. But yeah, I know what I said is rude. I'm sorry. It's just frustrating.
Entitled to not think that people are pretty. Like, that's
Yeah.
definitely your perspective.
Yeah, she doesn't look like a bombshell to me, honestly. Maybe a dud, but I'm sorry.
I thought she was cute, y'all. I will say she
I will
definitely
give her
has,
her
like,
tens about her hair and her makeup was bad. The blush was crazy. I love her hair. I love her hair texture, and I like how she gave different styles. People said they don't like her fashion sense. I liked a lot of her outfits. She looked like a Bratz to me. It's just the face is just personality so and you know her actions are so yuck. You know? Yeah, she just left a bad taste on my mouth. And I feel bad for saying those mean things about her looks because I wouldn't if she was a nice person, but she's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, again, I thought she was cute. I thought everybody on the island was, well, I thought everybody on the island was cute in their own way. You know what I mean? Even if they
Austin?
weren't like, you said what?
Even Austin.
Find it. Find it. Find it.
It take you that long to be nice?
Find it.
Hopefully nobody clipped that.
To somebody. To somebody. That is like to somebody. Yes.
Honestly, I'll be honest. I even took a bit to warm up to Nick because he just gave White Boy of the Month to me, and I was like, okay, whatever. I saw the Mamacita video, and I was like, okay, Love Island, some girl and some white guy, whatever. I don't give a fuck. But I saw his personality. I was like, okay, because for me, someone can be attractive, but like your personality really has to hit.
Yeah.
And if the personality hits, I'm like, oh, they're really, really hot. Like Nick is to me now. But like you had to reach some level of attractiveness for me to just think you're hot
they're fine.
regardless. You know what I mean? But if you're not reaching that level, for me personally, if the personality isn't good, you're gonna be chopped to me. And that's what happened to 404 to me.
I think too, like, oh, thank you so much. I think too, to Peace Point, thank you, P, for your final thoughts. I will say to Peace Point that y'all, like, there are people that, like, you might initially be like, oh, they're really attractive. And then you get to know them and they become less attractive to you. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Like, they just become, like, less cute to you the more that you, like, get to know them as a human. And, like, their face just almost, like, annoys you to an extent. I think that definitely probably happened for some people with a couple of people on the island this season. I will say I definitely thought all of the girls were gorgeous this season, like very beautiful. I do feel like the men were very, very mid in comparison to the women. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yeah. That would be my perspective. Okay, Nurse Brain, please give us your final thoughts as well.
I'm sitting back here laughing. I forgot I was on the panel, and I'm back here talking about child Nick is fine. Anyway, I had to write down my thoughts because I get jumbled sometimes. So, with the Helga, I hate calling people by made up names, but I understand why we do it. With the Helga situation, I just try to be a little mindful when it comes to wanting a mother to be with her child, because that may not be the best thing for the child. So I will never say that she needs to be with her child because, and then another thing is summertime. Kids do go to their fathers for the summer. It happens. especially if the mother has them have them year round. So I would never say she need to go be with her child because I don't know what that dynamic is with her and her child. That might not be the best thing for the child. My second point is with Ola. So I don't watch people as far as like who's liking whose status, who's following who, and all of that. But if I feel like, and I said this earlier in the chat, if Ola isn't liking her statuses and she used to me that tells me that Shelly has not reached out to her or tried to give any type of explanation or make any type of amends or anything. And so that friendship is done over with. In my opinion, that's what that tells me. If she, because I've listened to all Ola interviews and her lives, and she's always sister girl, my best friend, this, that, and the third. And she's not even. I mean, I don't think she's done an interview. Has she done an interview since all this? No, I don't think she's done an interview since this has since the whole thing with the podcast on Speedy. But if she's not liking the post and she's not doing all that, that friendship is over in my eyes. Also with the friend thing, I want them to learn the difference between being friends and being friendly. I don't know why they call each other friends. I mean, I know they were in the villa, they were there for 6 weeks, but it was forced proximity, forced isolation. How are you going to say this person is, I mean, you could say they're your friend, but in reality, y'all were just friendly. So that's another thing. I need them to get a little bit of discernment about that. And Iris, when Nick did the live from New York, when they were the night before the taping of the reunion, it felt so odd to me when Iris stepped in there and TJ was in there, Pepe was in there. I was like, oh, this is awkward. And and TJ on the reunion, I know it was taped 3 weeks ago. He said Iris had the conversation with him and everything was good. But now here it is 3 weeks later and y'all are together. So I'm like, that's just crazy. And that's all I really wanted to say. Those 3 points.
Okay, I'm gonna point out something. I've never said this publicly, but I want y'all to go back and watch the reunion if you want to. Do whatever you want to do. Go back and watch the reunion and listen to what TJ actually says in that moment. It's definitely giving there's something up that they're just not saying publicly. Like I think he said something along the lines of like, it's gonna be what it is. Like it wasn't like it made me wonder if their conversation was like, I'm gonna circle back at some point. Like I just go back and listen to what the man actually said in the reunion, because it did not feel like, oh, this is dead and done. It definitely felt like the door was still open. That said, yeah, Iris has already been spotted with TJ. And so for me, it's like, I don't feel like Pepe should be getting the heat that he's getting. Even if he did fucking cheat, does that equate to like needing to give the man redaction threats? No, it's weird. And yeah, like it's unnecessary. Exactly. And so I would just say, like, anyway, as far as like, y'all are talking about, no, I didn't see it. I didn't see what they had to say. Is it a new video that's up, Drink Girl? As far as like, Pepe, I'm not gonna choose to have any feels about him until I know that like the allegations are accurate. I know somebody was like, well, maybe Iris is not coming out and saying anything because they are accurate, and that's why she's not saying no, it's not true. But I feel like if we're gonna ask Helga to, okay, I'll have to go look on YouTube. I only watch. Tell me who you're talking about, Dream Girl. Even if it's not true, if we're gonna ask Helga to say those, like to speak up against certain things, I don't know why Iris shouldn't be held to the same standard, especially if people are doing it in her name. For her to just make a statement easily. If you're a fan of me, that does not look like doing X, Y, and Z, period. Mika, I agree. I need proof. Yeah, Tiana, I find it hard to believe because of how he did move, right? The fact that he was honest with Grayson about what it was. Like I don't know. It feels hard to believe. And like, let's remember that Iris was very clear in telling us that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend. They were like dating, right? And I don't have any idea what kind of conversation they had post the reunion where there was this sort of like discussion around the difference between being partners and dating. Yeah. She made a statement through Chicks in the Office, just didn't deny the allegations, unfortunately. See, I don't watch Chicks in the Office. This is obviously a recent interview if y'all are saying that. Um, I'm wondering, what did she say? I'd like to know what she said. Okay, yeah. Hi, AB. Thanks so much. We're actually wrapping, but hello, welcome in. Okay, Sabs, will you please? Okay, so it was when they first came out. Y'all, I'm confused. Amina, ciao. No, because Pepe did say girlfriend. She was saying, no, that's not what it is. Okay, the statement was in the last week. I'm going to look it up. Okay, Sabs, please give us your final thoughts, my friend.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so my final thoughts are this. With the final four, I'm just gonna do the final four because that's what matters, right? So, Iris and Pepe. Iris and Pepe, summer fling. Pepe liked Hannah. Iris liked TJ. They need to go be with the people they like or be with people they like. Like, Iris and Pepe were never going to be a thing. They did not talk. They had no conversations. We weren't interested. They were very cute on paper. Pepe is very much a grown man. He wants someone he actually likes, and he wants to invest into that. Iris is very much California cool girl. She very much wants to be taken care of. She's going to be in the OC. TJ can buy her a Malibu house, and they can live on a hill and be boring together, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Pepe is going to be with someone who is fun. And hopefully he's on Love Island Games and he can get with Hannah because Hannah's very fun. Hannah's fun. I actually liked Hannah. I don't find most blonde girls fun. Most of the time they come on these shows and they're very boring and we're very bored. But she was very fun. Hopefully they get together on Love Island Games and they can go off into Malibu proper. Maybe they can go to Santa Barbara. They can go to Santa Barbara. They can be happy in Santa Barbara. Wherever. Okay, next. Huda, don't care. It's like, she's going to be fine and broken. And Louis going to break her heart. And Louis going to go on a tell-all. And he's going to embarrass her in public. And then we're all going to be feeling bad for her. And she's going to go on a show. And she's going to find love. And she's going to be on Love is Blind in like 3 years. Anyway, that's that. Nick and Nalandria. Love them. Love to see them. They're both as obsessed with each other. Y'all can feel however y'all want to feel about that. But they're going to be together and figure it out from there. And they're going to get money. Who else? Amaya and Brian don't care. Michelle and Ace. Alan. Michelle and Alan. Alan is from California.
LA.
And in LA. And as soon as I saw him, I saw all of my cousins, all of my siblings, all of my nephews, everybody I know. I saw him and I was like, is she taking this young man seriously? I'm like, why is she taking him seriously? Like, no one takes Alan seriously. Like, he looks like a Kojic kid. Like, yeah, he plays the drums in the church and he's cute and he smiles and that's very, like, he got dimples and everything's great. Have fun with them 3 babies and I'll say hi to his second wife. And Shelly, why are you here? Like, you're too pretty to be with this, but Shelly's playing the game for the long run. And I feel like he has met his match with Shelly. And I don't think he knows that yet. And I think it's going to be a fun watch because as much as we say Alan, Shelly's Florida and New York and Haitian. She ain't dumb. Like, she knows what's going on. So that's all I have to say. She ain't dumb. She knows what's going on. She gonna play it to her benefit, and they gonna be like this. They equally yoked, but equally like upside down yoked. And that's my thoughts. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Babs. Thank you for sharing your final thoughts. My subs, y'all know what I think about Michelle. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. Gigi, will you give us your final thoughts as well?
Hi, I have so many, but I'm gonna start my final thoughts with, if y'all are down here in the chat, I need y'all to sit up here and tap the screen, please. Go ahead and tap. Let's tap it out. We have gotten to 229. I think we can push it to 250 before this live is over. So tap, 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 tap away, please. I know that you've enjoyed your night, even though while I stepped away, y'all tried to steal my TikTok therapist, and I didn't appreciate that, but I'm not gonna clock y'all on that, right? I'm gonna retire the whiteboard for right now, because it is the witching hour where I'm at. So just keep tapping to make it up to me. Secondly, I feel some type of way about wait, before I get into that, I'm sorry. And before I forget, please make sure that you subscribe to one of the 2 subscriptions. We have 2 tiers going on. Go ahead and click on the profile to be able to see which tier suits you the best. If you're not ready for a tier, make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can see the videos that are uploaded after they are done here. So moving on from that, I feel some type of way when people bring in the aspect of motherhood and going to see her child. Yes, because there is an issue of whether it may or may not be good for the child, but also the fact that we don't say anything to single moms who make the money and travel and don't see their kids. So I don't necessarily see the whole bringing her child into it thing. It to me is just like, if she wants to go and do what she wants to do to get a bag or get a ball, get some balls and get a bag, do whatever. It is what it is. If it works for her and her child and her parenting style, then that's what works for them. The baby is safe, the baby is cared for, the baby's going to school, the baby is fed. It is what it is. My only issue with this NFL, well, not my only issue, because I have many issues with this NFL thing. My issue with her getting the ad, girl, get a bag where you can. My only issue is the weaponization of her ethnicity against certain people when the NFL has been loud about who it is they support in what's going on. And then for you to now go out and do a commercial for them, I have an issue with that. I that's where I give side eye for them to proudly be, pro-Israel, and then for you to weaponize your ethnicity against Andy just because he asked you some questions that, were mild sauce in comparison. I have massive issue with that. I just think it's just this hypocritical thing. And I've been in lives where people have made excuses talking about, well, maybe she doesn't know. I'm sick of the excuse of maybe they don't know. These are people with representation who are moving in a space of influence. You don't have the luxury of not knowing. I don't understand it. And especially something that affects your people directly. You don't have the luxury of not knowing. So I can go on a diatribe. As far as Alabubu, he better keep his short tail off the Breakfast Club, because to do this in the wake of your most recent interview, to be on a platform again with somebody who is vehemently against the person that you claim to be your good friend, it doesn't sit well with you. That's just another piece in the pattern of your foolishness. And I feel like Shelly should just, I feel like she needs to put one of them jitterbug phones in his pocket and, let him have the little kids and just buzz him, or put a bark collar on him and buzz him. I don't know, something to just make him heal, because I don't get it. My flabber is gasted whenever it comes to this man, because I truly, truly don't understand. As far as Red Dread Redemption, and this pony that he done bought this girl. I run, get out, find you. Was it who homeboy had at the end of the movie? Get out, a TSA agent. Find somebody to help you get out, because girl, you need to get out, because once they put you in that sunken place, I don't know what you're gonna do. But it's gonna take somebody from her end, just like it's gonna take somebody from Shelly's end to say something. It's gonna take somebody from her end for her to be able to step out, and do this. It's just, I feel bad because she has so much potential, and he could be giving her access to all these Black elite spaces. And I think that's what frustrates me the most about their relationship. It could be more, because he could be doing for her the same thing that Nick is doing for Elandria. He had his wealth, his Black wealth gives him access to certain elite Black spaces that he could be giving it to Clark, and that irks me. And because of his selfishness, because of his ego, because of his insecurities, because of his immaturity, it'll never be there, because he cannot conceptualize a relationship in which somebody else is more important than him. It is what it is. And hot take, I don't like the idea of people saying, oh, she belongs with an athlete, she belongs with a football player, because I feel like that's boxing beautiful Black women into a stereotype. So I know what, she just needs to be with somebody rich and just leave it at that. And I think that's my thought. I think I'm really just hung up on everybody trying to steal my TikTok therapist. Like I'm really hung up on that. And for my last 20 seconds, I'm gonna throw an alley-oop for my boy Chris. Tina, go give him some. Let my dog holler at you. Let my dog. He just wanna holler.
Y'all are silly. Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to give y'all my final thoughts. Thank you, Gigi, for your final thoughts. I want to give y'all my final thoughts. So somebody asked, do I think that Alan is going to go on Breakfast Club and attempt to backtrack? I actually do not. I think he is going to sit in a room full of people that have such problematic views and takes already, with people that have been openly anti-Nicolandria. Why would he be going there to backtrack or apologize? He's going to go there and double down and continue to appeal to the sect of Black people. He says they love you. To the sect of Black people that feel that way. That is what he is going to do. He's going to go in there and double down. If he goes, right? I know it's not confirmed. But if he were to be going there, that is what would be happening in that space. As far as Taylor and Clark and this horse, it's giving bags, it's giving rodeo outfits, it's giving just something else in order to continue to hold her captive out of obligation, right? I've done this financial thing for you, and now you are obligated. Y'all are funny. And so for me, it's not cute. I actually would love to see him stop buying her things. I would love for them to, and not that like I don't think that like he should do nice things for her, but what I mean is I would love to see them building a relationship that is healthy and is not based on just obligation. You know what I mean? I do not think that that is necessarily possible with where he is right now. I think that he needs some therapeutic support. Y'all know why a horse, because he said he's going to turn her into a little country girl. He's going to turn her into a cowgirl is what he said in the interview. And Clark was like, I'm down to go to the rodeo, but then I'm going to take him to the city to show him what it's like to have some of the city life. And that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Somebody else said, are you asking me if I think that Clark will break up with 3D? Now she looked terrified, Ashley. Yeah, like again, and I know that I've talked about this before. Okay, Whitney, I know I've talked a little bit about this before. I really see him folding her into his life. And I do not see her breaking up with him anytime soon. I think it will come at a point when her brain chemistry is at a different space. I think it will come. So I've talked a little bit about it before, is that there is like a shift that will happen for women and people once they hit around 27, 28. I would not be shocked if we are waiting that long or even longer for that to shift. As far as like whether or not Michelle will back out of the relationship if Alan goes on and doubles down, I've said this before, but I will say it again. I perceive Michelle as someone that really is only moved when there is direct impact to her. And so until that happens, I don't see why she personally has the motivation to end the relationship. Yeah, she said they're going to the Maldives soon and that he might be popping like a very important question. Like obviously to be his girlfriend. I'm assuming is the question she's talking about. Yeah, Jules, we about to get off. Any other like curiosities? Michelle said that in her interview, Ashley. How did volleyball go? Did JP or varsity win? All three teams lost. Just like AB, there's just like this thing that sort of like clicks. It also happens at like it happens like twice for women, like around 27, 28, and then closer to like later 30s. Yeah, people are saying it's a Saturn return. It definitely could be that. But it's just commonly seen. They love each other. They do love each other. They are very much in love. Yes, Gigi. You're welcome, AB. Yes, Gigi. Oh, Alan and Michelle, Violet. They are very much in love. And I love that for them. We all deserve to feel loved in our relationships. Do I think if Ace was in the top 4, would the fallout have happened? I think if they didn't win, it still would have happened. Which is interesting, right? Because we've listened to both Taylor and Alan say, like, I got my girl, that's all that matters. But then both of them have also expressed being upset that they didn't make it into the final 4. So it doesn't track. Like, well, which is it? Y'all, I'm only being a little bit sarcastic, y'all. I really do love that for them. Like, honestly, like, The way she talked about that man in that interview, if that is truly her experience of him, I love that for her. Truly. Do I feel like I'm watching something different? Yeah, I do feel like I'm watching a different story. But if that is truly how she feels, I'm happy for her. Jewel said that he thought it was Black America voting for them when it was really Black women voting. Yeah, I don't think he accounted for how he might be perceived by Black women. Daniela, and the fact that article, okay, this is the last thing I'm gonna say about that, but like the fact that article was written after, potentially, we're not clear about the timeline, but her photos are when she was at the Caribbean Music Awards, so that would have been after the podcast. So the fact that that interview was done after the podcast, and I'm sure lots of people, and I know that he said he'd be watching everything online, right? He said yes. He says he sees everything online. So if that's the case, I'm sure that they saw a lot of the pushback around, oh, it's not Michelle, it's Alan. And could that article have also been about her trying to do what? Re-ingratiate him to us as the public because they are public figures. We've talked about this, right? And so it's possible that it was about that as well. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. I agree, MK. I agree. Listen, Nurse Brain. Listen. Y'all are so funny. I'm genuinely confused. Violet, we're not like sure, articles will get written at one point and then put out at another. I will say that the pictures in the article were from when she was at the Caribbean Music Awards. She did an interview with Galore, Sisterhood Suds. No, Dream Girl. No, I'm just laughing at them in the comments saying that. It's giving, if it is a cleanup job, y'all, if it is a cleanup job, depending on when the interview was actually done, versus when it came out, she is gorgeous. I mean, that's never been the question, right? She's beautiful. If it is a cleanup job, then it feels like how we watched. I mean, I'm sure y'all saw it too, right? When they first came out of the villa and there was a question about something. I don't remember. It was about somebody in the villa and like what they thought intentions were. And you can see her almost like squeeze his hand under the table. And then she gives like the rehearsed answer. And so it's giving, I got to go in and clean up after my man. And that is just like exhausting as a partner. Do we think they're mad that Alandria has significant support from non-Black people alone without Nick? I don't know. I don't know if they care about that as much as I think they care about like, they thought they were going to come out to something. You know what I mean? Like, I think they thought that they were going to be, and there's nothing wrong with thinking that or wanting to be that. Everybody on the show wanted that to an extent. And it's one thing to be disappointed. It's another thing to feel like you should tear someone down because you're mad that you're not. Those are two different things, It can be like, damn, I wish that I was, So let me do what he was doing when I first came out. Let me go do the giveaway. Let me go do this. Let me do this. Let me do these things to rehabilitate my image in order to acquire the status that I want. It's a whole nother thing to decide I'm going to tear somebody down and hope that that means that I will raise up. That's the problem. It's not that you can't be disappointed. Do I think that if Alan doubles down, Nick should or will say something? I don't think that he will, and I don't think that he should. Like, it's like y'all was mad when I was on your girl earlier. What did Beyonce say, right? I wasn't really on her, but y'all know what I'm saying. The best revenge is your paper. I don't have to say shit. I don't have to say nothing to you. I don't have to say anything. Like, nothing. I don't have to say anything. I'm going to keep getting to my bag. And I'm going to keep being in the limelight, and I'm going to keep being in this happy relationship. And I'm going to I don't need to say nothing to you, because truly all that is you attempting to get clout off of my name. I don't owe you that. So I don't think he needs to, or that he will. Oh, Landria already retweeted, if I stop fucking with you, ain't nobody gonna necessarily know that we don't fuck with each other no more. And I'm very similar. There have been people that, like, when we, like, I actually just posted I'm being messy. I posted in my story like an on this day video of me and Chris out with these people that I don't know anymore. I just don't know you no more. Like, I don't know you anymore. That's it. I don't need to be, like, I don't got to do a whole lot. Like, I'm not doing a whole lot about it. I just don't know you anymore. And I think that that's exactly how they're going to move. Because why wouldn't they? She's grown. And I think Nick is very emotionally mature as well. And he has very wise parents. You know what I mean? So I don't see a reason why they would. Okay, anything else y'all are curious about before I let y'all go? I want us to bring back the old shit. You know what I mean? Poof, be gone. Loser. Like, I want us to bring back the old stuff. Oh, he's saying now that he doesn't want to move to LA, Violet? Talk to the hand, because the face don't understand. Oh, there was so much, Jules. We talked about the dog food girl. We talked about coffee date woman. We talked about manosphere stuff. We talked about a whole bunch of shit tonight. He said he doesn't know if he's an LA boy. Child, he about to move to Houston. No, I'm just playing. Oh, I enjoy y'all being in my lives too. It is going to be posted on YouTube, y'all. It will be reposted to YouTube. If you go to my bio, the link is there for you. But my name on YouTube is CX Limit. I think that's true. I think he wanted to move to LA because he was excited about being close with, like, Ace and Shelly. And I think he also thought maybe like Brian at the time. And I think he feels like maybe that's not true anymore. That said, I do think they could have a lot of fun in Los Angeles. I know that I'm hella fucking biased. I don't know. You just could not convince me to move somewhere where it snows like how it snows in New York. You couldn't convince me. And I'm struggling to believe that a Florida man and a woman who has lived in primarily warm states, Alabama and Houston, would want to live in a state. East Coast snow is different. It's different. You say that now, child. I live somewhere with all 4 seasons. And listen, I'm an LA girly through and through, and I fucking hate it. Every year as the seasons begin to change, and I don't care. I'm never gonna like it, but that's just me. Child. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, love y'all so much. Have a great night. Yeah, but it only snows in certain places in Texas, y'all. It only snows in certain places in Texas. I lived in Killeen, Texas, and it never snowed there. Good night, good night, good night. Don't forget to fill out the Google form with questions. I will see y'all on Sunday. Mika, for real? Good night, y'all. Good night, good night, good night.